So it's always like a personal journey, but that's what we're waiting to see if anyone can stay content 4.
Wow.
But they can't content 2. A 2 is much easier to beat than 4.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Okay, I don't want to do this. Stop. I don't want to argue about these too much, okay? The problem with Super Saiyan 3 is that every single time, when Super Saiyan 1 was presented on screen, it was an epic important moment. When Super Saiyan 2 was presented on screen, it was an epic important moment, right? We had Gohan, we had fucking Goku. When Goku goes Super Saiyan 3, who the fuck cares? He goes as Super and then he loses the fight immediately after in like one episode. What? Okay, and that's what I'm saying. Super Saiyan 3 was bullshit in the show. Now, it's important later with the whole fusion knowledge. I'm just saying that, like, hey, who cares, alright? Stop! We're not talking about this right now, okay?
Easy, like in comparison.
And then a 5 accepts death, accepts history, accepts the universe.
Wow.
A 5 knows the truth which cannot be told in a video or a book, but can only be told in a number of paid sessions with Brittany Sun. And that's
Even you can even you can even watch the YouTube videos and get there. You don't have to pay for the sessions. But that's the thing, right? Like you don't have to pay for the sessions.
okay.
But yeah, that's a really I'm so in love with this moment. That was a great summary.
Okay.
That was great.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page then.
Okay, and let me tell you, since we're like all gushing about your work for a second, now that you just gushed about mine, but I'm gonna, as a narcissist,
Was I
you
was it
gushing about my work.
Okay.
You were gushing about my work because you actually paid attention to it. So
I did.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Okay, so
Because a
with your
narcissist
work-
just likes attention, whether it's positive or negative. That's what you're saying.
I mean, we are YouTubers, are we not narcissists?
No, we are. I'm just clarifying. That's why you said that. Like the way Trump just likes. He just wants you to write a news article about him. It doesn't matter what's in it.
Yeah. Basically, I will say I do prefer people who seem to be critical of my work, and you're already like giving me that energy of like he might tear me apart, which you know is a king of mine. Like tear me apart, please. Like I'll get excited.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
So when I saw your work in January, I was really annoyed with it because people were like, "Brittany, he's the next thing for you. You're gonna love talking to him." And I was like, I don't. Okay. And then I watched it, and I didn't, as you saw, quite feel connected to your work. And then I saw the video you did called, I think it's called Chasing Women. And it really changed how I saw you. And so I went, and my brain went, ding, 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 ding. And I was like, I know where to put Max. So I do like categorizing
Oh my
people,
God. You should give him a number?
I think I miscategorized you the first time I saw you. I know I don't know yet because I haven't talked to you, but I want to bet that I did. Therefore, I get the exciting moment of like, maybe I did it
What
wrong.
do you think she's gonna give him? What if I had to guess? It can't be a 2 because that's boring, right? It's not gonna be a 5 because then she don't have anything to fight over. So it's gonna be a 3 or 4. That's my guess. I'm leaning towards a 3 because he hasn't bought the videos yet. He hasn't bought the program. I'm leaning towards a 3.
Which means I can do it right this time, and that's my happiness. That's my happy place.
Because you thought I was a 2, but actually I'm a 6.
Ooh, so something like that. Sure, something like that. Something changed, and there's something that means that there's more interesting things here for me. So I'm being a little selfish. I hope this is a symbiotic relationship where we both get something out of this. Sure.
Is he gonna push for the number?
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. So a lot of people are predicting I'm gonna yell at you or make you cry, but you did disclose to me that me yelling at you would be arousing to you.
Oh, 100%. I even wore underwear for this. I was going commando all day, but now I'm in underwear. So
Gotta protect your seating.
I'm wearing yellow pants.
Oh, okay.
And so I don't want them to soak through and then be rude for the internet to see.
Understood.
I try to be considerate.
Right. So, well, I don't know if that's true, but so that complicates any. I mean, if I lose either way now, because like if I fight back and I get angry, then you win. If I tear you apart, you win. If I win, you win. If I lose, you win. If I'm nice and compliment you, you win. Yeah.
Isn't that good though? Is somebody supposed to lose right now? I hope you win at the end of this too.
I don't know. Well, yeah. So the way it's set up, you're gonna win, and maybe I'll win too. I guess that's how you have it.
Well, do you think that 5s always win?
I don't believe in your level system, Brittany.
You do a little.
I don't think so.
Just a little.
I don't think so.
Oh,
I
no.
don't think I think of people that way.
I don't think people are differently introspective.
She's maxing him. Oh, no.
I think some people are more introspective about certain things at certain times in certain ways, but I think there's so much variance. Like, I mean, like.
Hold on, fuck. Just real quick. I think the implicate value judgments here, ability is kind of just an implicit value judgment because introspection is considered some virtue in society generally, and people who are less introspective are kind of considered worse as people. I'm just going to tell you this, or give you my opinion, so I don't argue about it. I don't think introspection is valued much at all. There's not very much in life that we get through introspection. There's not like, oh, well, I mean, like, externally that people can see. We're not rewarded for being introspective. There's no, like, talks about how introspective people are. Like, I don't agree with that. It'd be cool if it was.
All right. Right, everyone, we should be live. Let's make sure that's actually the case over on Rumble, where I do see the chat is working just fine. Lemon Curd Zero and a fine day for Clank. 3-degree cut. Clank, clank, clanks. Merry clanksters. Ma Dib says morning, clankers. And, of course, Spazap says Taco Tuesday, clankers. Not having tacos today, I'm making a nice fried fish and a little bit of mashed potato and some Brussels sprouts later. That's what I call dinner. I don't understand people who roast the Brussels sprouts, though, and they taste better when they're just boiled and then served with a shit ton of butter, so. Anyway, we've got lots and lots to cover today. We've got, of course, the Chuck and case. I talked about that yesterday. I had an extra video. That's the main news. Of course, the kitty just decided to come up here and distract me. Hello, kitty. We'll be talking about that. Nikki Haley astroturfing. That's a big one right now. Haley hauls in $1 million in 72 hours after the first GOP presidential primary debate. The funny part is that Nikki Haley is arguably outraising Ron DeSantis at the moment. I would say that would be more apt as a news title, but they decided to leave that part out. I wonder fucking why. And we got to talk about the Taliban, Joe Biden's friends. They have great human rights records with regards to women's rights, and they're doing the predictable. We'll talk about the Afghanistan situation, now going several years after the withdrawal from Afghanistan that was so terribly botched, and why it was botched and how. We'll talk a little bit of sociopolitics there, of course, because a lot of people don't understand Central Asian politics, and really, if you do understand it, you understand why Joe Biden fucked up as bad as he did. Awesome Diesel with the first super chat of the day. Stick shout out for Acme Diesel powered anvils. They have a new Roadrunner Downer model. Interesting. I get the Looney Tunes reference, of course. Yeah, Red Dirt, because you caramelize the sprouts when sauteed. Yeah, but I did that once, and I don't know, I just prefer them boiled. And then a heap of butter on top. I don't know, I don't understand people who don't like green vegetables. The Emperor's Champion, is there anything we can do to stop chutkins? You mean chutkins? By the way, look up the meaning of the word chut in Hindi, and then you'll have a good laugh at her expense with regards to her name. Incidentally, last night I was watching the Little India Grill prank calls, the soundboard prank calls that they did. They're calling into this restaurant called the Little India Grill, and it was funny. There was one call. This dude calls in. He's like, "You're not spicy enough, you mother chota," and it's considered a significant insult within the Hindi-speaking community. One of the greatest things ever made, by the way. I know I'm deviating from the news cycle here with my commentary, but who cares? I can also rant, and people seem to like that. Stephen Duller, we need to start naming Obama for being complicit in agreeing to fire Shokin. Absolutely. Biden told us on video that Obama would have had to have done it. Just a second here. What the fuck is happening over there? I guess it's fine. Anyway, we'll start right in with the news. Trump's D.C. trial set for March 4th, 2024. One day before Super Tuesday. Judge Chutkan reveals ex-president will stand trial in January 6 case before the election, as his lawyers claim a show trial, which is what it is. What's happening right now is daisy chaining within the legal system. You have multiple cases against a former president / current frontrunner, and the whole idea is to very transparently put forth trial dates and procedural shit that will enrage Trump supporters. In the end, the whole goal is to try to make you flip out and go shooting or something like that. And I don't think it'll work, but that's definitely what they're aiming for. The main goal of these indictments is to stop Trump from winning the nomination. They would like to cut the head off the snake right away, prevent him from being the nominee, because then they have to deal with a more tenuous situation. Assuming he wins the nomination, they're hoping to bog him down in proceedings during the general election, so he can't really campaign, he can't raise money as much, he's incapable of even talking about his opponent without potentially breaching some court protocol, which is very stringent. And I suggested the other day, why don't these people just set up a situation where Trump has to appear in person at exactly the same time on exactly the same day in multiple courts? Because, I mean, and then hold him in contempt. That would be more transparent. It would be obvious what you're doing. You're being very obvious now. Why don't you just go ahead and screw him in the ass right now and show your ass and show the American people the prosecutorial, or rather persecutorial system that you really are taking part in? That's really what it is about. It's about trying to stop Donald Trump. Not just because of Donald Trump, though. They're worried about what others may do if he wins. Fire down below. What's with the Bob Barker Mandela effect? I thought he died years ago, and a lot of other people have the same confusion. No, I knew that he was alive. There's no Mandela effect there. The Mandela effect is an interesting concept. I actually made an occult video about that some time ago, where I dispelled that as basically mythology. It's like the Berenstain Bears. Stein sounds more logical than Stain to a young child because they've been introduced to what? Frankenstein and things like that. So the fact that it would be Stain instead of Stein on the end of Baron would make more sense, effectively. And so people are just misremembering because of that. Nick Burgett, clanking from Albuquerque, Trump 2024, baby. Yeah, I don't think that he's going to get New Mexico. There actually was polling, I think, let me look that up. I think there was a poll released today or the other day. Yeah, what's he at in New Mexico in a matchup versus Biden? Yeah, it was the other day. New Mexico, Trump versus Biden. Biden is 8 points ahead. Underwhelming, to be sure, in a state that has been tilting off crazily into blue land. But yeah, I think that Biden would win New Mexico. So yeah, the Mandela effect is easily explained by people misremembering things based on things in their mind simply making more sense than the reality. It's like the Fruit of the Loom. When you've got a pile of fruit, the concept of a cornucopia behind it makes sense. Now, apparently that was never really branded. There's also the possibility that some rip-offs slipped in there, and they did have a cornucopia in them to beat the copyright law, so to speak. So you may have seen the cornucopia and the Fruit of the Loom underwear at some point in your life. I do remember actually seeing that. It's probably because it was an off-brand made in China. Ministry of Wrong Thing. Imagine if Trump ran on a prison reform platform after getting locked up. That would be quite funny, actually. Yeah, definitely you can do worse than that. Let's see. Wasted Bonehead, good morning from the grave. Our zombie has arrived early today. Awesome Diesel, can we get a Salty Clanker crossover? Yeah, I'd be willing to talk with Salty Cracker at any time, of course. Right now, I'm not on a great time zone to be interacting with basically any of the other content creators that I talk to, though. The problem is I'm in the Netherlands, so it's about, I think, what, a 7-hour difference or something. And when you have a child, as I do, it becomes a little bit more difficult. Awesome Diesel. 3 Degree Cut says, Swamp, ree, honk, clank. Yeah, I would love to do a lot of appearances, debates, general appearances, interviews, things like that, interviewing other people. I've been asked to do that probably 100 times so far this year, but the problem is I'm on the wrong time zone, so I don't have the time to do it. When you have a child, you must sacrifice a few things. So yeah, the first news of the day, Chuckin knows what she's doing. It's not coincidental that they chose the day before Super Tuesday for the trial appearance. Also, Chuckin has ties to Hunter Biden, as well as to Marxism. Yeah, and is an Obama appointee. Yeah, there's no conflict of interest there at all. Totally coincidental. You're a conspiracy theorist. Godsmack AR69. Sticks, love you, bud. But I was disheartened the other day when you said Republicans shouldn't campaign in my great state of Wisconsin. Don't let Scott Pressler's work be in vain. Remember, black pill. Yeah, I mean, you can, but the thing is, if the Wisconsin Supreme Court has fallen to leftoidism, it doesn't really matter who's voting. Now, does it? They will declare that the victor is Joe Biden or whatever Dem candidate they have. I think it would be better to take those millions of dollars and campaign in Michigan, actually, at this point. Focus on 4 states. Nevada, number 1. Georgia, that's a big one. Virginia, totally winnable. And New Hampshire, actually. You can grab New Hampshire from the Democratic Party if you try. Next news story. Haley hauls 1 million in 72 hours after the first GOP presidential primary debate. Nikki Haley touts a fantastic response to her performance in last week's Republican presidential primary debate. Oh, good for you. You made $1 million in 3 days. So, 1/7 as much as Donald Trump made in a 48-hour span. It's very, very impressive. They're astroturfing again. Ron DeSantis clearly is not going to be the Republican nominee. He's now fallen to 13 points in the aggregate, actually. So he's doing far worse than he was doing before. And since that, they are a little bit concerned because the problem is that Vivek Ramaswamy, I don't think that the swamp creatures think is capable of going forward, and he has his own quirks as well, admittedly, although he's more well-spoken than most of the candidates up on stage. Like, it's not going to be Christie. It's not going to be Mike Pence. I love it when people still say, well, Mike Pence has a chance. He showed decorum. He has on-the-job experience. Yeah, but nobody cares. The thing is that decorum and on-the-job experience are not what people are generally looking for right now. They're looking for a leader to lead them out of the dark ages of Bidenomics, mainly. And Mike Pence is not going to be that guy. So since Ron DeSantis has flubbed, he's collapsed at this point. He's still going down. He didn't get a post-debate bump, and he's not going to. He's going to slip off into ignominious irrelevance. Vivek Ramaswamy has risen up, but they don't really like Ramaswamy. I think that some of them worry that he's a Trump surrogate, effectively in the race to be the placeholder for Trump to take the lumps, to put himself forward, and maybe he gets a cabinet position. Thus, they're casting around for another person. Now, originally, the ace up the sleeve, should DeSantis fail, was Mike Pence. He fucked himself at the first appearance that he made there with the town hall, and saying not my concern when he's asked about literally anything other than Ukraine. Didn't go over so well. Now they're trying to astroturf Nikki Haley. It's very interesting that they passed up Chris Christie, who also saw a little bit of a post-debate bounce, actually. He was at 5 in one of those polls, which for him is really great. Now they're trying to do Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley is a generic warmongering neocon. She's basically George W. with a vagina, and there's nothing more to say about her. The fact that she was even in Trump's inner circle at one time actually was regrettable. She cannot win, and she won't. I'm not concerned about her in the least. There's no reason even to really ridicule her or anything. The only person in the running, in the race, that was a threat to Donald Trump at any time was Ron DeSantis, and then a distant threat. He has dropped off the face of the earth. He's now at 13 points in the aggregate. He will not be the nominee. You'd be better off, though, going with him than going with Nikki Haley, who has to make up massive amounts of lost time. I'll predict what'll happen. It'll be just like 2016. Do you remember Trump started soaring up, and then over and over again, candidate after candidate, Ben Carson, Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, and so forth, they would, Kasich, they would go up in the polls because they had one good clip, one good speech, one good rally, one good debate performance. They would peak, and then they would fall back down. They never hit the double digits. That's what's going to happen with Nikki Haley. I can see it plain as day now. She's not going to suddenly massively and magically rise up and become the second place candidate. She's going to rise up to 7 or 8 points in the aggregate, and then she's going to falter. It's plain as day. It's just what Mike Pence did. The only one who might buck this trend is Vivek Ramaswamy. The problem being he's basically the man to beat up on the debate stage in the absence of Donald Trump being there. With Ron DeSantis faltering deeply now, there is nobody else. The field doesn't contain anyone who's particularly... I mean, do you think it's going to be Chris Christie? Is it going to be Tim Scott? Yeah, Tim Scott 2024 really has a ring to it. The problem is it's never going to happen. Nikki Haley will continue to rise for a while, and she'll go Kamala mode. And then she'll be on the short list of people that Donald Trump maybe has in his cabinet, and that's all. Sparky, greetings, fearless leader. Greetings to you, too. The Landlord Harassment Channel. I'm off to Netherlands. James Hetfield. Mr. Kangaroo, is there any YouTube channels you would recommend other than your own who covers occult paganism as well as esoteric occultism, if there's even a difference between the two? No, not really. I go by my own experiences, and I don't really like to muddy the waters by looking at other people's occult material, actually. Lego Creation 06, I'm driving to work, so make this show good. Lol. Have fun driving. Dandelion 53, why are they so afraid of Trump? Is it because they have something to hide? That and the fact that they're worried he'll inspire others. They're not so worried about Donald Trump, as I said this morning. If Trump is reelected, he will reform things, he will do his best, but he'll be obstructed a lot. So he will get some things accomplished, some things won't be accomplished. What they're worried about is an intergenerational populistic movement in which another person rises up and runs for the presidency. Maybe some people for gubernatorial positions, mayoral positions, people in the Senate, the House. They're worried about that much more than they are just Donald Trump. That's why they pulled out all of the stops in 2022 to stop all the populists. Mitch McConnell decided to throw $10 million, better earmarked for other races like maybe Blake Masters or Herschel Walker, to fight in a race where it was Republican versus Republican. These people are willing to waste a huge amount of taxpayers' money to try to defeat populism. The Emperor's Champion, abhor the leftist, the socialist, and the Marxist. Jake Iannarino, trying to break 5,000 subs. Every time I do, 200 subs suddenly disappear. Is it possible YouTube won't let me break 5K for some reason? Can I get a shout out? Love you, Sticks. No homo. Alright, go and subscribe to Jake Iannarino. He's got a shout out. You can see his name there on the screen. Yeah, YouTube loves to do that. Aussie's Robots, morning Sticks and Bikers. If they had any integrity, the entire GOP field should resign until this lawfare scam ceased, but unfortunately they are complicit. I disagree, I have no problem with them running, including DeSantis the disingenuous. I don't care if they run at all. It may be unhelpful, but it's their right. There is no full-on incumbent in the race. Trump is only a technical incumbent, so I don't have any problem with him running. What I would say is that it's unhelpful. A messy primary is what the Uniparty wants, including some Republicans. They want Trump to take his lumps. This is why he's decided not to go to the debates. What the fuck does he accomplish by going to them? He's going to get dogpiled by the also-rans for absolutely no reason other than the edification of the Uniparty. The Patriot Cairo. Trump criminal case date set for interfering with the election. Interferes with the upcoming election. The cognitive conflict unnoticed by leftoids. Yeah, exactly. The higher court should step in and do something about it, but they won't. Clear. Drexkin. Noticing the anti-Trump ads are really getting pushed out now. They are not pro anyone or anything. They're purely anti-Trump. I have noticed that. Not on the internet, maybe. Rockstar Podcast, back from Vegas. Just enough money for a super chat. Hope you did well at the slot machines, my dude. Conservacuck says, clanking my riggers. The Grizzly 617. I remind you, sir, I am from the great state of Sheedolf Whitler. It would be 10 times easier to win Wisconsin than Michigan. Biden signs and masks everywhere. Here, it's like South California. Interesting. Fiona is my bitch. Greetings and salutations, Sticks from behind enemy lines in Seattle. Please do speak with Salty. Ree! Yeah, I mean, all he's got to do is contact me. Huns with guns. Michigan is a Dem trifecta. Wisconsin at least still has the State House and Senate. So why do you believe that Michigan is more likely to flip? Because of the larger plurality of blue-collar workers, mainly. It was flipped in 2016. Why can't it flip now? You think these people are gung-ho for Joe Biden? Yeah, I don't think so. Ozzy's Robots. My 2 cents. Vivek is the GOP's version of Booty Judge. A lot of people are making that comparison, yeah. Wasted Bonehead. Sticks. Get clanked. I don't have a spoon to clank with right now. Or a cup, actually. It's very sad. Also, we got to talk about something very special. Joe Biden giving a great gift to the women of Afghanistan. Taliban stop female Afghan students leaving country to study in Dubai. Yes, the Taliban has now locked down air travel in Afghanistan to prevent females from even going abroad to get an education. So it's not just they can't get educated within their own country. Now they can't even fly anywhere else to get an education, including to Dubai, which is, of course, an Islamic place. It's not a Christian enclave. It's not a Hindu enclave. It's basically 99% Islamists. They can't even go there now. The Taliban locking them down. I would point out, and I've pointed it out before, as we go around the anniversary of the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, Joe Biden and his enclave are completely responsible for what happened in Afghanistan. I keep hearing from Simps for Biden, well, Donald Trump brokered the peace agreement. He shouldn't have done that. He should have known better than to deal with the Taliban. Quick lesson in Central Asian politics. What is more important than anything else with regards to making agreements in a country in that region? Honoring the agreement. It doesn't matter if it's not necessarily perfect. You've got to honor it. If you go to someone and you say, hey, I want to marry your daughter, I've got goats and shit, and here's a bag of gold or something, and you say that you want to marry their daughter, and then you pull out, do you know what will happen to you? The village will lynch you. You will die. If you strike a business agreement, I would like to invest and build your building. Then you find out after you've already shaken hands that, hey, this investment's probably not a great idea, and so you renege on it. That's not a good idea, because you will probably be beaten in the street and possibly lynched. Loyalty to your oath is more important to the people in the tribal regions, especially in Afghanistan, than anything else. What happened when Joe Biden took the initial agreement and said, okay, we'll honor it, but we're going to push back the date, is he broke the agreement. They don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter if you honor the agreement in full if you are pushing the date back, because that is not honoring your agreement. You had a specific date of withdrawal set by Donald Trump in association with the Taliban, the Afghan government, which collapsed, and certain tribal factions. Here's what happened when Joe Biden pushed the date back several months unilaterally. Having breached the agreement, the Taliban went to all the tribal warlords and said, look, the US said that it would be out on such and such a date. They've decided not to be out on such and such a date. They've only got a handful of troops anyway. The Afghan military is effectually fucking useless. Now we've got our cause to march in. And so they marched on Kabul, successfully, and they overran it. Those were not all Taliban fighters, mind you. Those were mainly tribal fighters. When the agreement was breached, the Taliban started looking like the good guys because of the enormous amount of importance that's put on actually going through with the agreement that you set. You shook the hand, you signed the paper, fucking go forward with it. It's not like in the Western world. What happens in the West if you make an agreement with somebody and then you renege on it? You get sued. You don't get put in the street with a tire around your neck and lit on fire. You don't get lynched, you don't get shot. You get sued. It's not the same in a place like Afghanistan. Biden, through sheer incompetence, in my opinion, didn't understand this. He didn't understand the importance of it because he didn't have any on-the-job training. He doesn't know anything shit from Shinola for sociopolitics. He doesn't. This is why the East Asian diplomacy is broken down. He doesn't know anything about their diplomacy. He doesn't know anything about their business making. Trump did. He's been in boardrooms in Japan and China and places like that. He knew about Central Asian politics, apparently. He made a handshake agreement with a trilateral faction plus the tribal warlords that would have stuck. The tribal forces that joined the Taliban never would have joined the Taliban in their surge against Kabul if the agreement had been honored on its original date. It would have been seen as unseemly. It would have been disloyal to your own oath. It would have been considered to be disgraceful. And they don't want to look disgraceful because then they, too, get deposed and killed. They would have honored the agreement. The Taliban wouldn't have had the numbers to overrun the Afghan military. The Afghan military, had you honored the original agreement, would have come out just fine. Afghanistan would still be under secular control by and large. There'd be Taliban enclaves. There'd be tribal warlords that are Islamist, but it wouldn't have impacted the area that was generally under the control by the Afghan government. The U.S. could have funded and provided a continuing guarantor of their safety, and the agreement would have held at least for the meantime. That's unfortunately not what happened. Now, look at Biden's record on women's rights. Oh yeah, there are several million Afghan women who are effectively slaves now, including some that are college educated. Now they can be sold to the highest bidder like animals. How wonderful. Yeah, to all the pink hat, pussy hat wearers out there, why don't you cry and whine about that instead of crying about microaggressions on the subway in the United States? It's your boy Joe Biden that caused several million Afghan women to be suffering. Sparky, but Sticks, you blindly went with Nikki Haley blaming Prigozhin's death on Putin. Looks to me like it was more likely Ukrainian SBU at the behest of neo-colonialists fearing African domino theory. No, I think that it's standard Russian policy. Putin would have had him killed because he wants to send a message that I'll have you killed if you fuck with me. I mean, that's not a new thing in Eastern European/Russian politics. Apache, morning Sticks, love from Georgia. Things have got much worse here and it seems like people are pissed at Joe, but it's hard to read. Feels like Atlanta is a huge anchor on the state. Well, I mean, it's Atlanta, so yeah. Victor Papadopoulos, chasing the black vote for Republicans is a huge waste of time and fool's gold. What say you? I think that you don't need to chase it. It's organically parting from the Democratic Party. Yeah, some of those people will choose not to vote or something like that. Absolutely, and I've seen write-ups about that. I would admit to that. I think that Trump's share will be larger, though, this time around. And you don't need much of a nudge between that and Hispanic voters, really, to cripple the Democrats in certain inner-city areas. Corto Maltese, if anything is going to be done, it should be done sub rosa, not vos magna. Sparky, there was a time that a person's word meant something to the West, too. Yeah, the problem is that Joe Biden's just too fucking stupid to understand why you would have a problem when you push the date back. He thought, well, come on, man. It's the same agreement. We just need a little bit longer. And then he didn't even bring the weapons and shit out of Afghanistan. He didn't even move them. Well, if you're going to do that, you know that the Taliban's going to be pissed at you. At the very least, move the fucking tanks first. But no, he had to leave behind $100 billion+ worth of machinery in Afghanistan for the Taliban that now controls effectively the whole country. Amy Hunter, good morning. Clank. Swamp Donkey, the next Trumpian figure, we will see what they did to Trump. Learn and be more brutal and cunning, much like the Roman reformist leaders were before Caesar rose to power. Awesome Diesel, Book says, I fear Vivek is an Obama type. He does have a similar kind of cant about him, like the charisma. By the way, the cat's out there singing, trying to distract me. Wasted Bonehead, Sticks, Mardigra's cat is scared of Dark Brandon. Could we get a clank for the man's cat? Best I can do is to hit the microphone with a pen. I don't have a cup. I don't have a spoon. King of Biltong, good morning from Anton's in Roanoke, Texas. Free shipping for your Biltong and Sticks tumblers. Using code STICKS on AntonsUSA.com and landofbiltong.com. Thanks to Clanker Colby for visiting us. #ClankNation. Yes, tumblers are now available there locally and I believe for shipping as well. I'll be getting more into that in the coming days. There are some merch things going on right now. Monty Fennell, shout out to Holistic Massage of Jacksonville. $20 off to the first 10 clankers who show up and use the code word CLANK. Ashley, you'd be surprised how much honoring deals and dates goes in Japan. Puts you above the other foreigners if you stand by deals. Exactly. And Joe Biden doesn't understand this, and that's the long and short of it. So I'm not surprised. I mean, the Taliban will take advantage of their situation and run roughshod over people. Because they can. They were given a cause to do so because the United States didn't honor its agreement. It's as simple as that. Next news story. Virginia Governor Youngkin eyes a 15-week abortion ban as a consensus voters would back. Yeah, I think that most voters would. So that's a cutoff of, about 3 months, a little bit after. And yeah, that's, by the way, brings Virginia, potentially, assuming that this passes, into the norm with regards to the rest of the developed world by and large. I would point out, the right wing keeps overstretching on abortion in the United States and proposing bans or de facto bans, fucking 4-week cutoff or some crazy shit like that. And by the way, you can't get abortion pills so that you're forced to wait longer in order to get a surgical procedure. I'm not in favor of that. I've been loud and proud, and some of you don't like this, on the fact that I believe that abortion should be legal. That being said, I don't support late-term abortions, and the cutoff is arbitrary, admittedly. 15 weeks, 12 weeks, somewhere around there seems to be the consensus in most of the developed world. The United States, prior to Roe falling, ironically enough, was one of the most permissive nations in the world other than Canada, and I think it was some Southeast Asian country, I think it was Vietnam, if I remember correctly, on the issue of abortion. Allowing, an abortion at 7 months is very, very abnormal, and by the way, a significant, at that point, surgical procedure, which would be better served by a C-section. Of course, if you don't want the baby, because, you just don't want the baby, you give it up for adoption. It's not necessarily the best thing in the world for the baby, or potentially the psychology of the mother, but that does exist and has existed for a long time. We have cesarean sections. In my opinion, the cutoff should be roughly viability. So that would be a bit after 15 weeks, certainly. But 15 weeks is something that the average person, I think, would support. We're looking at the majority of people on the right and the left would not have a problem with this, I think. And abortion pills should be legal because if you don't have to have a surgical abortion, why would you force somebody to wait for one? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Youngkin, once again, in my opinion, is posturing himself for a run in 2028. He is now at the top of my stack for 2028 predictions for who will be the Republican nominee. Unless, I mean, if Trump is reelected, and Youngkin, I don't think would be his running mate, although it's possible, his running mate would have to spar with a Youngkin who really is setting himself apart from much of the GOP crowd, in that, unlike DeSantis, he had the wisdom not to step into the fray. Unlike people on the further right, he's not destroying himself over the issue of abortion. Unlike a lot of people, he's not overstretching on education. He simply stood for parental rights and said, look, you know, we don't want porn in the schools, etc. He's effectively a nouveau moderate, like in the wake of the populism in MAGA. He's the nouveau moderate. He's sort of almost like a post-Ted Cruz or something like that. I could probably get behind Glenn Youngkin as a candidate in 2028, since he had the wisdom. This is the problem with DeSantis. The biggest problem is that he showed a lack of wisdom by jumping in the first place. He should have waited. He's not honor-bound to wait. There's nothing specifically wrong with him deciding to run, but it was a dumb decision. If you're going to go up against the uniparty machine in any measurable fashion, and I'm hoping that any candidate would, you need to have a great strategic capability. Youngkin has shown that. He also comes from a very important swing state. Florida at this point is not one of them. It's a deep red state at this point. Youngkin could easily become a president of the United States in the future. This is just another brick in the wall that he's creating as his fortification for that eventual election. And he might be an astroturfed candidate, but strategically speaking, he's very intelligent. I think 15 weeks is a cutoff that the average person would support. Now, there are far leftists who would say, no, it should be legal at any time. There are going to be evangelicals who say, no, it should never be legal. Neither of these are really pragmatic approaches, though. When you intend to govern, you must be pragmatic. What works? Not simply what do I think is right, but what actually can be implemented roughly in line with what I think. Sparky. Putin wouldn't have had Prigozhin killed during BRICS summit, especially not along with innocent aircrew. Wouldn't have mattered to the Ukrainian SBU. I disagree. It was a power play. I believe that Putin had Prigozhin killed. And a follow-up, do you receive a happy ending with the code word clank? Yeah. The Patriot Cairo, come on, man. Hey, stranded Americans, you gotta lower your expectations. It's the Sherry Law thing. You know, the thing. Just don't get tortured to death. Toxic Mix. Off topic, but have you ever looked into China's effective naval strength? I keep hearing legacy media watchers claiming they've outpaced the US in ship production, which stinks of propaganda to me. They are producing a lot of ships. First, though, they have to do what India managed to do and float 2 aircraft carriers in tandem, so I don't think you have to worry for at least the next decade about China's naval capacity. The Commander 248, I was suspended from X for saying it was self-defense to run over street protesters who stopped people going to the hospital. It took 30 tries to get reinstated. Can I get a shout out? At the Commander 236. Yeah, I think that if somebody is impeding an ambulance and the ambulance runs over them, sucks to be them. I guess the ambulance can stop and, haul them behind as well. Alan Smithy, good morning from Atlanta, Georgia. Free shipping on indictments and BOGO votes with code OrangeManBad. Kitty, can you please stop distracting me? Lord of the Ree, clanking on them riggers. No cap, for real, for real. Yeah, the cat just won't stop. You can hear it, probably. Wasted Bonehead Sticks, AKR 619, deserves a shout out so he can live stream on Rumble. Support this Uber Chad, my fellow riggers. Yeah, so AKR 619 on Rumble, you've got a shout out. Trip Boom, Clankers, join King of Biltong channel on Rumble, and I think he's on YouTube. The Kansas City strip he cut looked amazing. Yeah, I gotta get some good meat. Some Biltong. Sparky, Uniparty got SCOTUS to get rid of Roe v. Wade to kill the 2022 midterms for non-Uniparty candidates. No. It was the Democrats' fault. They pushed the issue with Northam and others. They pushed the issue by attempting to institute limitless abortion, which means arguably up till you're literally crowning. And then there was a legal reaction, and that's what forced the case. They caused it themselves. Accidentally, it seems, actually. They fucked up on that one. Aussie's Robots, if you want a guaranteed victory in 2024, sink the container ship that has 40 million Chinese printed ballots. That'd work. Trick Starry, it is not enough to simply be non-compliant, we must be actively defiant. Yes, Hong Kong on certain medical issues. I've been recommending that on my new tech exclusives for some time. Awesome Diesel, Sticks, do you really run these live streams or do you have an AI that live streams for an hour a day? P.S. The AI's rendering of the shirt and beard looks almost real. I would love to see AI of myself at some point. Send me a link. Yes, it is actually me. It's not actually a robot. I'm not Marco Rubio. You can't replace me that easily. You need the next generation of technology before you can step to my rhetorical skills. Next news story. This is a great one. Eminem tells Republican Vivek Ramaswamy to stop rapping his songs. He was doing Lose Yourself, you remember there when they were in that little convention. He was on stage basically being like a minstrel, and he was rapping. And at least he's got flow. I mean, the middle-aged dude rapping Eminem, it's not exactly the beat of the youth at this point. Eminem's basically 2000s for the most part, but yeah, he can rap for what it's worth. Anyway, Eminem's lawyers have sent a cease and desist to Vivek Ramaswamy, and I'm thinking to myself, this is the same Eminem years ago would say like, you know, basically you're a bitch, I'm gonna smack you with a poisonous tampon, and just weird shit in his music. He's gonna curb stomp people and cut his ex-wife into pieces and dump her in the river and stuff like that. And he's complaining about Vivek Ramaswamy using one of his songs during a campaign rally. And I just thought there's no better way to illustrate the whole concept of, for the most part, a person either dies young or they get older and they sell out. And I'm very glad that I'm 35 and I haven't done that, and I still say cunt all the time, and fuck the system, which I will continue to say even when I'm old and gray. But most people sell out. Most people aren't Johnny Rotten. Most people aren't Morrissey. Most people, in the end, they sort of make peace with the fucking system. The system being a cunt, basically. Vivek Ramaswamy is fairly innocuous as a candidate, and yet he's getting a cease and desist letter. And it reminded me of Donald Trump actually getting a cease and desist from Twisted Sister, actually from Dee Snider. By the way, there's a Dee story in Orange Man Big Part 2, which is available. Link in the description, cross-platform, and pinned at the top if you're watching on YouTube to my books blog. So you go to the My Work section, you can find Orange Man Big and Orange Man Big Part 2. You'll laugh your ass off if you like satirizing leftoids. Lots of other stuff available there too. Just spend the next hour perusing. I'm sure you'll find fucking something you're interested in. I was reminded of that though. All these rockers, it's like, okay, Twisted Sister, for example. You spent the 80s effectively cross-dressing. And unlike Alice Cooper, you sold out, I suppose. And saying weird shit like, you know, we're not going to take it, and, you know, your kids are mine. Be afraid, parents, I'm going to corrupt your kids on purpose, and shit like that. And then, you know, decades later, you're worried because somebody's playing your music up on a stage. It's the same thing with Eminem. His heyday basically ends with Rap God, and since then, it's nothing. Who gives a fucking shit? Okay, you are one of the greatest rappers, at least by commercial sales, of all time. That's wonderful. You're an icon of the MTV era. You coordinated with Sacha Baron Cohen with that Bruno skit there that was admittedly very funny. You did Rap God and you're rapping like a fucking 100 words a second or something. You're very talented. But now you've sold out. You've become the old fogey. You've become the same parent that you fucking rapped against back in the 2000s, back when I was a teenager. And it's just so sad and so funny at the same time. Howard Stern's a great example. I'm gonna fuck the whole world. I'm gonna fuck the meat effigy of this other radio industry member. And here's a dwarf fucking a prostitute. And here's a prostitute riding the Sibian and stuff like that. And now it's just very dry and very boring. And it's like, you know, you lost your edge, dude. And it's really, really sad. And the sad part is, like, you want these people to keep their edge because the edge was what made them great. It's what made them fun. That's the whole fucking point. And then they lose it and they become very, very sad. Then you look back with nostalgia upon your youth and cry a few tears. I mean, I don't, but some other people do. I don't know. I didn't give a shit about the 2000s other than the video games, mainly. AKR619, annoyed YouTube stuck you on 503k subscribers for 2 years now. Well, it has gone up a little bit over that period of time, but close. Also, searching your name on Reddit, our politics echo chamber shows nothing. Fuck Reddit, who gives a fuck about them? Use 4chan. Puns with guns. You should look up Foolish Pride by Eminem. He used to be very based and red-pilled. Oh, I know, he was a deep-seated misogynist. He'd say words that would get me banned on YouTube about gay people. He doesn't do that anymore, does he? That Manx guy sent $5, no comment. Thank you very much. Let's see here. Awesome Diesel, Sticks. Oh, I already put that one out. And a follow-up. Texas Martin Smith says Diesel thinks Sticks might be real. Real. Awesome Diesel's follow-up number 3. I'm really appalled at all the artists I listened to in the late 90s that are such, I agree with. It's Megan Sai says, Rage Against the Machine is now pro-machine. True. Godsmack AR69. Yes, Sticks, but before you said the GOP should give up on Michigan, how many states can we afford to surrender? Viva Wisconsin. Yeah, but I think of the two, Michigan is actually a better bet, honestly. That's just my own personal opinion. Sparky, Dems certainly gave SCOTUS reasons, but the timing of the leak and your boy, Lindsey Graham's pushing anti-abortion legislation was key. He's not my boy. I think he was John McCain's boy, his pool boy, so to speak. You know, he liked getting shit caught in his netting. Everybody fucking knows it, including John McCain's ghost. That being said, yes, the Democrats were the ones that led off. Lindsey Graham, of course, is controlled opposition. You're not going to get a debate about that from me. Mr. Neocon himself. Silvertree Consortium. Good morning, Sticks and Clank Nation. The PSYOP on Rumble is back from summer hiatus tomorrow. The PSYOP on Rumble. You can see that if you're using Rumble. Trickstari, Rage on Behalf of the Machine is the new band name. Seems to be. Biden staffers met with special counsel Jack Smith's aides before Trump indictment. I'm not going to talk much about this one. That's, at this point, a couple days outdated anyway. I just wanted to point out, shouldn't we be more surprised at such transparent and naked political nepotism? Political incest, you could call it. When Donald Trump was first indicted by Alvin Bragg, it came as somewhat of a surprise to a lot of people. Now, is anything that's going on surprising? All the Biden revelations, the persecution of Donald Trump, the censorship of dissidents, all of the things that 10 years ago would have been considered spectacular, high-level A++ grade news are on page B at this point. Even by groups that have an axe to grind, like, you know, the New York Post isn't exactly a pro-Biden publication. Even then, though, they're like, oh, here's an exclusive. Biden staff respecting special counsel Jack Smith's aides before Trump indictment. They act like it's no big deal. People have lowered their expectations to such a terrible degree with regards to the government and its decorum that there's really no decorum left. By the way, Steve Harvey, it appears that he has come out and denied that story was true. There was the social media manager went rogue and posted about Steve Harvey's wife banging the security guard and the chef. However, when I look at the rebuttal that Steve Harvey issued, it looks more like, and this is just my opinion, it looks more like a cover. It looks more like she did fuck them, and Steve Harvey doesn't want to be taken to the cleaners and genuinely is a little bit of a cuck and a simp for his wife, and she sort of, you know, got him by the balls, and decided to come out and disclaim that, fire the social media manager, even though the story was true. That's just my opinion. I don't have any proof of this, but when I read that, I said, this is a man who is trying to recoup his losses. His wife did bang other people, but he's reconciled with her, and so he wants to prevent further problems and doesn't want to lose potentially 200 million big ones because he knows the system is rigged against him. Apache, do you think that the Fed will push the people so far they accidentally start that civil war Tim Pool wants and things get out of their hands? I don't think Tim Pool wants a civil war. I think he predicts a civil war, or at this point he uses revolution as the term. No, I don't think the Fed will be able to do that. If anything should do that, it'd be Trump getting killed or something like that. Jake Martin, gang, 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 ice cream, yum. Got me feeling like a clanker. This has been a test of the Styx Hexenhammer AI system. Interesting. Ozzy's robots. Trump doesn't need to rally to campaign. He needs to transition to live streams on X. In fact, he should do a mock jail live stream. That would be legendary. Somebody get that idea to him. He should have a background that looks like a prison or something, and then make jokes about it. Make jokes about dropping the soap. It'll be the most watched video in human history. Jack's regret. Are you live on Rumble? Cannot find you on there. I wish Rumble was a little better. These lawsuits are going to eventually hinder Trump. I don't think they hinder him at all, at least not in the primaries. Now, with Rumble, I will point something out. I have now for days had difficulty on Rumble. To those of you watching on Rumble, if any of you are in contact with the staff there, please tell them this as well, so it saves me an email exchange. I've had problems where I upload my daily videos and at least one of them doesn't get traction, it's not listed for multiple hours, and it doesn't really make any sense. And I'm wondering whether that's to prevent spam uploaders, maybe 2 is the maximum in a 24-hour period, and they get immediately published, and then they manually publish the other ones or something. But I have noticed that, and sometimes I guarantee that I've clicked on my main channel on Rumble to publish the video. So it's not uploading as myself, it's uploading on Styx Hexenhammer 666, and yet it seems to go to the other channel that's associated with my account. I don't know exactly what's happening, but it's very disruptive. And since I do get ad revenue on Rumble and quite a few fucking views, it does hinder me somewhat, actually. But yes, I am live on Rumble. Casparius, I think if George Carlin was still alive today, he would have been a TDS wackadoodle for the machine. No, I think that he would still be nihilistic towards everyone. I don't think he would have changed his stripes. By the way, please send no more super chats. I have one more quick news story to get to, and we're running up on 50 minutes. Drew and Albane, Graham did not push anti-abortion legislation. That is the propaganda. He created and pushed a Euro-style law. No, here, Darun. The law that he was pushing was Euro-style, but his branding of it, his presentation of what he wanted to do, when taken in context, they didn't need to take him out of context, absolutely was a suggestion of the possibility that maybe we'll ban abortion. Absolutely. They weren't wrong on that. Lindsey Graham is absolutely a turncoat, and he absolutely did that on purpose. Deus Flex, as a millennial from my Wisconsin, I agree my generation is a lost cause for the foreseeable future. Better to invest in true swing states. Patriot Cairo, wealthy politicians desperately trying to connect and relate with young people is so fucking cringe. Warren's meme team, Vivek rapping, skateboards, dumb. Yeah, I mean, you would put it in that category, although, to be in full admission, it wasn't as cringe as Warren's meme team. And certainly not as much as Beto skateboarding. Ian, we need a list wiki of all those who have committed injustice in the name of leftist globalism for eventual lawful prosecution. That'd be a good idea. Now the dryer's going off upstairs. Commander 248, Dems throw everyone in the same pile. Not all gay people support them. I'm a furry and I don't support the left or degenerates. At Neko, the Circle Game is the same. He's a Canadian YouTuber who hates Trudeau. Shout out to him. There you go, Neko, the Circle Game. Godsmack AR-69. How do we win without Michigan and Wisconsin? Well, you find other states. Virginia comes to mind. I think that the Republicans can pick that up. Kitty724, longtime follower of your Rumble channel. FM Franklin, Tennessee. Love your live streams when we can listen. Thanks for all the work you do, Styx, US. Thank you very much. Awesome Diesel, Styx, thanks for your content. Thank you for the $50, my dude. That's another diaper fund. Yeah, man. Now we have sad news attributed to climate change, but it's really not. Climate change has ravaged India's rice stock. Now its export ban could deepen a global food crisis. Thankfully, this doesn't impact basmati rice, which I personally actually like. I'm not huge on eating a lot of carbs. Like, I'm not keto, but I've dropped a lot of the carbs from my diet in favor of meats and veggies and a lot of dairy products, actually. I've sort of reformed my diet because I've noticed, like, the easiest thing for me to digest is dairy. So not only am I not lactose intolerant, I must be like super lactose tolerant or something, because I can just sit there and eat a whole fucking tub of cottage cheese, wash it down with milk, and it's fucking wonderful. Also, one of the tastiest things in the world, cottage cheese. If you don't like it, then suck my ass. So I've sort of done that. But rice sometimes is necessary. You know, you're making like a dirty rice or something like a chorizo, and it's tasty, and it's a staple food for several billion people in the world. It's not like the wheat and grains or corn that you get in Western countries, sorghum in a few places, and oats, of course, potatoes as a starchy food. While I think that you should limit your intake of starchy foods, carbs, rice is good, and in its whole grain version is relatively nutritious, and you can make rice pudding and things like that. And what I was thinking, number one, it's funny that they're blaming climate change. You're effectively telling me that the subcontinent never has droughts or floods. Well, that's historically very, very spacious, number one. Number two, the export ban itself, they're acting like, oh my God, there's going to be a huge shortage of rice. The problem is that in this same article, it points out that basmati rice is the most popular for export, and that's not affected by the exports anyway. So instead of getting your long grain rice, you have to eat basmati for a few months. That's basically what it boils down to. So who cares? Where's the news story? Okay, instead of however much you add 2 cents per pound for the rice or something like that. Haven't we seen far worse with Bidenflation? I think 2 or 3 cents more per pound of rice is not going to break the bank when people are already paying however the fuck much it is in the United States for gasoline or something like that. Anyway, the Indian farmers that decided to raise basmati instead of the other rices will make bank. They'll make a little bit more per item that they're selling. If they can make that extra 3 or 4 cents per pound, maybe they can spread out. They can get more land. They can get a better tractor and harvester. They can hire more hands or something like that. The free market will fix it, but they're trying everything that they can to convince you that it's about evil climate change and it can't be fixed. So when they put a tariff on rice or something like that and raise the prices artificially, they'll say that climate change caused it. In some countries, you watch and see if that's not true. Dark Gary 92, can't wait for Rumble to have the infrastructure for Rumble rants on mobile. Also, with Rumble uploads, I get errors, your new tech exclusives. Thank God I follow you on Minds and Honesty. Divert your online video players. Hashtag Trump 2024 or bust. I like food. Hopefully you like basmati rice. I'm making fried fish tonight myself. Thank you for your donation. Sparky, I hear people booked with Trump in Atlanta hired high-end Atlanta lawyers. High-end Atlanta lawyers are 100% hardcore globalists and never Trumpers. I'm an Atlantan, by the way. Hashtag legal betrayal. Interesting. Darun Albain must have missed the verbal context, only read it. Yeah, the verbal context, Lindsey Graham really put his foot in his mouth. I'm not going to mince words. I know that you're correct in the fact that the law that was offered wasn't quite what was presented. The way he presented it was obtuse. He did the typical Republican thing. Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. You've won on abortion. Yay, Roe v. Wade's gone. You've made it a states' rights issue. The first thing that you do is insinuate one, an abortion ban. Not the way to go. Anyway, I'm going to go offline. Because, of course, I have to cook later. I'm running up on an hour. I've got other things that I have to do, too. Like lay on the floor and play with blocks with my daughter. Cook some fried fish. Or just take a break for 10 minutes because I've been up since 6 a.m. and I've been working almost continuously the whole time. I don't mind hard work, but, you know, you need a little bit of time to yourself once in a while. I like watching Franklin Expedition documentaries at the moment. If anyone has any really good ones that are obscure, you can always link me in a DM on Twitter, by the way. Hashtag Lego Creation 06, good show, drop the soap. Drop the soap, don't drop the soap, baby. Don't drop the soap and don't bend over. By the way, I'm going to be making a parody of that song in the future. Ozzy's Robots, why hasn't one local GOP DA indicted Ziden? Because Orange Man bad. That's about all.
You know, a lot of people say, oh, you know, we're leaving all this debt to our grandkids. The grandkids don't have to pay it. I mean, they can leave. People used to ask me, you know, where do you stand on the wall? And the main reason I was against it is I said, you know, if we build that wall, it can be used to keep the Americans in. There's no way out, you know, until there's a violent revolution.
During periods of extreme economic uncertainty, like the one that we're living through right now, I really think it's incumbent upon all of us as individuals to face the situation head on and develop a thesis for how to navigate that kind of period well. But most people get overwhelmed and they shut down. Do not let that be you. The intelligent path forward is always a combination of information and action. To that end, I bring you Peter Schiff, the man who believes the economy is headed towards a cliff, but has a plan for how we get off the bus before the inevitable crash. Are we headed towards a recession that's going to be worse than 2008?
I think so. In fact, I think we're actually in recession. Although by the time they write the history books on this era, it may be considered a depression. I think that the numbers that we get from the government are not accurate by design. So I don't really think that the economy is growing in any real sense. I think that the way they compute the numbers, I think, is deceiving. I think that for most Americans, their standard of living is declining. I don't think the economy is really getting bigger. I think we're spending more and we're borrowing more and going deeper into debt. We're paying more for everything we buy. And a lot of that consumption ends up feeding into the GDP. And so we get a bigger GDP number and we think, oh, that means the economy is growing. But I think it's all being distorted by the inflation and the debt. Meanwhile, individuals that are living in the economy are struggling. Their cost of living is going up. You have a record increase in the number of people holding multiple jobs, not just 2 jobs, but 3 jobs or more. And they still can't make ends meet. You've got record credit card debt, which is now over $1 trillion, first time ever. And we almost have $2 trillion in student loan debt. I mean, that has just exploded. And all sorts of debt. If we really had a growing economy, people would be getting out of debt. That's what happens when you're doing well. You pay off your debt. You build up your savings. The savings rate has collapsed in the last couple of years. That's not a sign of economic strength. That's desperation. People are tapping into whatever savings they have left just to make ends meet. If you look at Joe Biden's popularity, he's as unpopular as any sitting president since Jimmy Carter. Wow. So, that's quite a feat. But if you remember, when Jimmy Carter was president, things were pretty bad. Right? You had, the misery index, high inflation, high interest rates, high unemployment. You have to go back to that time period to find an incumbent president this unpopular. So what does that tell you? Because normally you vote your pocketbook. If the economy were really strong, voters wouldn't care if Biden was falling asleep at meetings or, couldn't remember, who he was married to or where he was giving his speech. If people were feeling good about themselves and their economy, they would credit Joe Biden. The fact that he's so unpopular is more a function of how bad the economy is. And no matter how much he wants to pretend that it's doing well, the poll numbers display the opposite. And so does everything else with economic reality. I mean, we have record budget deficits. If times were good, the government would be running smaller deficits. They would be collecting more taxes. They wouldn't be spending as much on government assistance. Our trade deficits are at record highs. If we had a booming economy, we'd be making more stuff. We'd be exporting that stuff, or we'd be importing less because we would just consume what we produced ourselves. But our economy is really shrinking, and that's why we're on life support. We're dependent on foreigners for all the goods that we can't produce, and we have to pay for it on credit because we don't have the real incomes or the savings to afford it.
So I think that answer is going to be jarring for people because for a lot of them, things seem fine. In fact, one thing that I've heard people criticize you for is you've been saying for years now that we're going to get hyperinflation, but it hasn't come yet. And I think a lot of people are going to say depression. We're not in a depression yet, for sure. So the economy works in a certain way. There are physics to it. So what is it that you see that makes a recession or depression either happening now or inevitable? What do you see that they're missing?
Yeah, first of all, I don't think we're in a depression now as far as the economic conditions. I said that by the time the historians look back on this time period, this could be the beginning of that depression, because I think the depression is in our future, really not in our past. And the way we've been kind of holding back the tides of depression is through debt and inflation. And so we've been kicking the can down the road, but we're really sowing the seeds of the future depression that I believe the time period we're in now will just be lumped in with it. Right? Not like this is the earlier stages of that prolonged period that is really going to coincide with having to come to terms with all the mistakes that we've made in the past. It's like the chickens coming home to roost because of bad monetary and fiscal policy that go back for decades. We're in a huge hole, and it isn't going to be easy to get out of it. And the time period where we're going to get out of it, that's it's going to be hard times. And the government is in a position to make those times a lot harder. So that's a wild card as to how the government is going to react to this unfolding crisis and how much worse they might make it be. Now, as far as hyperinflation, yeah, I was talking about a hyperinflation scenario back in the early days of the 2008 financial crisis, based on the way the government reacted to that with quantitative easing. And I knew that the road that we were going down could lead to hyperinflation. Now, I always said that was a worst case scenario. I never said, hey, it's for sure. But of course, the media, everybody picks up on my warnings of hyperinflation. I still think that hasn't been taken off the table. And the odds of that are actually greater now than they were when I first started warning about it. But I always said that, look, that's the worst case scenario. You destroy your currency completely, where you're talking Weimar Republic, Zimbabwe. But what I did say was inevitable was very high inflation. And we've just started to experience that in recent years. And I don't think that's over. I mean, I think we're going to see higher inflation. Right now, the high watermark for year-over-year CPI was just over 9%. That's not going to cap this. We're going to go into the double digits. And the first digit might not be a 1. That still wouldn't be hyperinflation, right? If we have 20% inflation, that's not hyperinflation, right?
That's curl up in a fetal position and suck your thumb and cry yourself to sleep territory.
It's bad, but also, if you compare what we have now, I guess everybody wants to say, look, it's not that bad because look how much worse it was in the 70s, where we had inflation 10, 11, 12% for several years. What people don't understand is that you're comparing apples to oranges, because the CPI that was in use in the 70s is not the same CPI that we use today.
Hold on one second, because we're gonna have to start teasing this apart for people, because you have so much knowledge. I think that people don't necessarily understand the physics of the situation. So I want to talk about, you talked about the seeds of the Depression. I think inflation is going to be one of those, maybe the most important. And so what I want to talk about is, so you mentioned quantitative easing. So we come into the 2008 financial crisis, and not knowing that the government is just going to print its way out of this. I certainly didn't understand what the reaction was going to be. The same thing for me happened when we went into COVID. I didn't understand that the government was going to print their way out of this. Now, what does it mean to quantitatively ease a situation? Why does that become problematic? And am I right that that is the most important seed that sows your destruction in terms of inflation?
Yeah, well, first of all, when they print their way out of a short-term problem, they print their way into an even larger long-term problem, which is what they did. Now, quantitative easing is just a euphemism. It's a better-sounding name for something that's really bad, which is inflation. So quantitative easing is when the government prints money and buys government bonds. Now, that's inflation by definition, by classic definition. Inflation is when you expand the supply of money. How is the money supply expanded? By the purchase of debt. The central bank buys government debt and creates the money to pay for it. That's the mechanism in the United States where the money supply grows. And so that's just inflation. So quantitative easing was inflation. So when Ben Bernanke first launched quantitative easing in 2009 as a way to stimulate the economy, he really said, look, let's create a bunch of inflation to stimulate the economy. Now, he didn't want to say that, because if he went out and told the public, our solution to this financial crisis is to create inflation, people would have said, but wait a minute, I don't want inflation. I don't want my cost of living to go up. That doesn't sound like a good solution. Is that all you got? You got something else? So if basically they dress it up and they say, no, what we're doing is quantitative easing. See, that doesn't sound so bad. Right? And so that's how they got the public to swallow more inflation, is that they wrapped it up in the trappings of quantitative easing. But that's all it was. Now, the reason that we didn't get real big increases in the CPI until really after COVID was that there were a lot of forces in the economy at that time that were pushing prices down. And had the government not unleashed all this inflation, we would have seen prices fall. I mean, they never actually fell during any year, but had the government not done that, I'm pretty sure that prices would have gone down and the cost of living would have been lower. Now, a lot of these politicians or Keynesian economists say that's terrible. Oh, that's deflation. That's really a bad deal. We don't want that. That's BS. If prices go down, that is good for the consumer. That provides relief, because now the cost of living is lower. You don't need as much money to buy food. You don't need as much money to buy energy. You have more money left over to buy other things. You don't have to go into debt to pay for things. And falling prices is even good for business. As long as their costs are falling in line with their prices, they maintain their margins, and now they can sell more. They make it up on volume, because when prices are lower, their customers can buy more stuff. So everybody wins from falling prices, but the government doesn't want that. And so it was able to stop that by unleashing inflation.
Can I say it a different way? I want to see if I'm understanding this right. The following statement would be true. The government actually does want falling prices because they want to tax that falling price in the form of inflation. But if they don't have the falling prices, when they do inflation, people will really feel it. So for instance, if prices were actually going down by 2%, they inflate by 3%, they now get 5% inflation, but I only feel 3% of it. So now, as the government, I'm able to really take advantage of those falling prices.
You hit the nail on the head, and I'm glad that you actually picked up on that, because inflation is a tax. And people just don't realize it because the government blames it on greedy corporations, on Putin, on OPEC, on everybody but themselves. But it is a hidden tax, and the easiest way to hide it is if you have a productive economy that otherwise would reduce prices. Because if prices were going to go down, let's say by 5%, and they create 5% inflation so that prices remain the same, nobody realizes how much worse off they are because the government stole something they never had. The free market was going to deliver that benefit, and the government took it. See, what everybody has to understand is every dime that the government spends must be paid for by the public, one way or another. Now, the traditional way to pay for it is with taxes. The government wants to spend money on the military. They want to spend money, on Social Security or Medicare or whatever they're doing. They need to collect taxes because the government doesn't have any real money because the government doesn't really produce anything. It only has the money it takes from the private sector, and then it takes that money from one person and gives it to somebody else. They have to take it first. Well, if they don't take it through taxation, how do they get it? Well, they print it. They sell bonds to the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve buys those bonds and puts money into the government's checking account, and then the government just spends that. But when the government spends that money, what it does is it reduces the value of the money that already exists. So everybody's paycheck is diminished in value. Everybody's savings are diminished because now prices go up because you have more money in the economy without new production to give that new money value. And that increase in price that is a result of this deficit spending and money printing is basically a tax. But the people don't realize they've been taxed. So the politicians love it because they can pretend that the voter's getting something for nothing because the voter doesn't make the connection between the price hikes. And if the economy is really booming so that prices are dropping, you don't even notice the price hikes. But now the problem is we've created so much money, especially after COVID and all the money we printed there, which was off the charts, crazy during those years. We now have so much money in the pipeline, and the economy is now being crippled by more regulation and other things that are making it less productive. We're seeing much greater upward pressure on prices. But I tried to make the point earlier is that if we would have even seen more movement in the CPI earlier if it wasn't rigged. I started to say that the CPI we had in the 70s is not the same CPI we have now because in the 1990s, they changed it all. They changed the methodology for computing price increases. And their goal was to have a lower CPI because they claimed that the CPI was overstating inflation. And so they decided to fix it. They fixed it, like you would rig, a sporting event. The fix is in. But if you measure the prices that we saw, the increases in 2021, 2022, if you used the 1970 CPI and then took the prices that we were living through, they were double digit. I mean, we were probably the year that we had 9%, it was probably 18%. I mean, that year,
God.
that was worse than any year of the 1970s or early 1980s. That's how bad it was.
All right, so really fast, I want people to understand. So CPI, Consumer Price Index, it's a basket of goods that economists look at and say, these are representative of what things cost. Now, if you change the items in that basket to ones that have gone down or stayed the same, you can make it seem like everything is okay. So you actually can go back and look at what was the 1970s basket of goods that they were using, use that exact same basket and do an apples to apples comparison. Is anybody doing that? Like, can I go somewhere online and see?
Shadow Stats. Yeah, they've been doing that for a long time. That's the website. But when they changed that, back in the 70s, it was the same basket, and they just said, what did it cost last year, and what does all that exact same stuff cost this year? But now they don't do that. They change the basket. They take stuff out that's gone up. They put stuff in that didn't go up as much. They adjusted for so-called quality improvements. Oh, that's a much higher quality than the one you bought last year, so let's make the price go down. But it's subjective. Is it really better? I mean, and a lot of times the quality goes down. I don't think they ever subtract for falling quality. It's like a one-way street. They just assume everything is getting better, when in many cases, people are substituting lower quality ingredients, or stuff that used to be included. A classic would be airline. People would buy an airline ticket, and they got their seat. They could get food. They could get a pillow. They could get a blanket. They could carry on stuff. Now all of a sudden, all that's extra. It's not part of the airfare anymore. You want to pick your own seat? That's extra. You want to check luggage? That's extra. You want a blanket? That costs more. Right? All this stuff now are add-ons. That's not part of the CPI. But I think if you look at some of the other measures, like where the government uses personal consumption expenditures, there you have lots of hedonics where they just basically say, oh, if steak gets too expensive, well, we'll just kick out steak and we'll put hamburger in there because, we'll just assume people stop eating steak and they settle for hamburger. And so we can pretend that the price didn't go up. But the quality is going down. I want to eat steak. I can't afford it, and so I'm stuck with hamburger. And according to the government, that means there's no inflation. I mean, by that logic, if I have to give up hamburger and start eating dog food because I can't afford hamburger anymore, as far as the government's concerned, there's no problem because I'm still eating. But I don't like having to eat dog food. I'd rather eat people food. But this is how the whole thing is rigged. The government, again, they're taxing us through inflation, and so then they're lying to us about how bad it is. And the ultimate irony is all the years that the Fed was printing all this money, creating all this inflation, they were pointing to a rigged CPI that was less than 2%. And they said, we need it higher. We don't have enough inflation. And that was the justification for continuously creating more inflation, because they theoretically said we need to get up to 2%, when in reality, we were already way above 2%. But there's nothing magical about 2%. 1% is better than 2%. If you have 1%, you don't try to get up to 2%. You try to go down to 0 or -1. Lower prices are better than rising prices. Only an idiot economist or a central banker, or maybe some of these Wall Street people, could believe that rising prices are good, or that prices that go up by 2% every year constitute price stability. That's not stability. That's a continuous increase in price. Stable means the prices don't change.
You can reboot your life, your health, even your career, anything you want. All you need is discipline. I can teach you the tactics that I learned while growing a billion-dollar business that will allow you to see your goals through. Whether you want better health, stronger relationships, a more successful career, any of that is possible with the mindset and business programs in Impact Theory University. Join the thousands of students who have already accomplished amazing things. Tap now for a free trial and get started today.
It's interesting. So I can actually give you the logic, I know, because this is how I used to think of it, as to why people, either there's a natural inclination to believe that 2% makes sense, or that we're brainwashed to believe it. But my thinking used to be around, it's a movement of money thing. Like, you need to get velocity. You need to get people that are spending money. And I actually wrote this down as a question I wanted to ask you. In the research, you ended up answering it, so I know what your punchline is. But my thinking was, well, wait a second. At 2% inflation, you are incentivizing people to spend their money. Now, you can say that that's actually a moral hazard, and that you don't want to incentivize people to spend their money, that you actually want to incentivize them to save it. But if our economy is built around people spending money, then knowing that my money is going to be worth a little bit less a year from now than it is today, it gets me to go in, it sort of greases the wheels and gets people spending money. Now, I know what the punchline is, but just so people hear it, why is that a fallacy? Why is it a fallacy to believe that if prices are going down, that people won't just turn into Scrooge McDucks, storing their money away and freezing up the economy?
So first of all, the fact that we have an economy that is based on spending, that's the problem. That's part of the bubble. We have a bubble economy. A legitimate economy would not be based on spending. It would be based on savings and production. You don't have to encourage people to spend. Everybody wants to spend. I mean, that's how we, gratify ourselves. We want things. Everybody wants stuff, right? And so everybody would spend. I mean, I have young kids. I mean, they would spend constantly if I didn't stop them. I mean, they don't need encouragement. I mean, I have a wife. See this? I don't have to encourage her to spend. I got to do everything I can to stop it, right? So spending doesn't have to be encouraged, right? Because that's delayed gratification. Savings needs to be encouraged. Do without what you want. Don't have it right now. Wait, delay your gratification. So you need to encourage that. And the market does that with interest and other ways of rewarding people for saving. But when interest rates were at 0, and inflation was above 0, we were punishing people for saving. We were punishing people for doing exactly what they need to do. Because what makes a real economy grow is savings, because savings is what finances capital investment. Capital investment is what leads to increasing productivity and higher living standard. So everybody wants to buy. That just comes naturally. We all want stuff, so we don't need to encourage that. But the idea that if prices fall, that people will stop spending and therefore prices need to rise to encourage spending is pure BS. People are going to spend anyway, but they're actually more likely to spend if prices are going down than if prices are going up. And here's why. With these Keynesians, try to sell this nonsense, that if I think the price is going to go down, I'm just not going to buy it. I'm going to wait to get it cheaper. And therefore, no one's going to buy because we're all going to be sitting back waiting for a better deal. And that is nonsense. People buy things when they want them. And the proof of that is all around us. Cell phones. The first cell phone was probably $2,000-$3,000. Before they used to be a car phone, but when you finally got a portable phone, you remember, from Wall Street, Gordon Gekko's got this huge thing, that he's holding by his ear. Those things sold for like $2,000 or $3,000 a piece, and it was very expensive to use them. I remember when I finally got my first cell phone, I never wanted to use it because it was too expensive. I would say, hey, call me on the weekend. I can't talk. I'm on my cell phone. It's too expensive, right? But the reason a lot of people didn't buy the first cell phone is because they were too expensive. They couldn't afford it. The reason everybody has cell phones now is because they're so cheap. The price going down is what motivated more people to buy. You buy things when you can afford them. And if you can't afford the current price, if the price just goes up, well, then you really can't afford it. Same thing. The first television set probably cost the same as an automobile. Who bought the first television set? Some really rich guy. It was a novelty, but it was a gigantic piece of furniture with like a 2-inch screen, and you probably had 2 channels, and you had 2 or 3 hours a day where you could watch it. I mean, it was, people bought televisions because they got cheaper. Now, people buy televisions all the time. Everybody knows if I buy a television today, a year from now, I could buy a better one for less money. Everybody knows that, but they buy them anyway. The same thing with a computer. Or every piece of electronics that you buy, if you just don't buy it and buy it in a year or two, you'll get it cheaper. But people buy them anyway because they want to use them now. Like, I remember the first time I saw a high-def television set years and years ago. It was in like a Best Buy or something. I walked in, I saw it, and I was really amazed at the clarity. I mean, to me, it was like looking through a window. I was like, it was because I had never seen high def before until I went into the store. I was just used to the old tubes that we had. And I really liked that television set, but I didn't buy one, even though I liked it and I wanted it. This was like $10,000 back then. That was, I could have bought a nice car for that. And so I didn't buy it because it was too much money. But some guy that was a lot richer than me, he bought it. And he gave those companies money that they could use to figure out how to make them cheaper. And because the price went down, they're now so cheap, I got those things in every room of my house. And so does everybody else. I mean, you got people now that are living on welfare that got high definition TVs. I mean, it's because the price came down. If you own a business and you really want to incentivize people to come in and shop, what do? You have a sale. You lower the price. Hey, I'm lowering the price, 10% off, 20% off. Now people, they want to shop. Like, why does everybody come to the stores on Black Friday? Because they price, because they raise the price. So it's just complete BS that people will stop spending if prices go down. No. They'll spend more because they can afford to buy more. They'll buy more stuff at lower prices.
Okay. I want to start putting all these pieces together because I never intended to get into financial content, if I'm honest. It was only when COVID kicked off and I got really worried about people that I knew and loved were going to get mowed over. And then the more I got into it, the more I realized that what people think the economy is and what the economy actually is are wildly different, and they're going to massively impact how you move in a time of high uncertainty like what we're living through right now. So I'm going to paint a narrative based on everything I've heard you say and what I know generally about the economy, and let me know if I get this right, because if I get this right, it's A, very worrisome about where we go from here, and B, it will certainly inform how people respond. So the economy seems to be something like this. Over time, innovation is going to drive the price down. The government is always looking for ways to tax people, to give them what they want, because very much the government, certainly the US government in modern times, I will say that, panders to the voters in order to get reelected. They have to get reelected every 2 years, so they want to give them things that feel good in the short term. Everybody's thinking in the economy is very immediate. It's what I want now, and a thing that might happen a year or a decade or 2 decades, I literally couldn't care less. I don't think about that. That doesn't factor into the way that I think of this. So the government goes, okay, cool. There's only so much that I can tax people. And by the way, taxing the 1% literally down to zero, they know won't drive revenues up. And B, they also know that even if they took every last dollar, it just wouldn't cover it. So you end up having to tax the middle class. And so I can't tax the middle class outright. They're not going to feel good about that. I'm not going to get reelected. So what I'm going to do, and I'll even assume that they have good intentions, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to use inflation to distribute money more and more evenly around to people. And I'm going to leverage the fact that innovation is driving costs down so that I can get a bigger bite before people feel it. I'm going to train people that 2%, that's a good number, that you actually want 2% inflation. So if costs, and obviously I'm swagging, if costs are going down by 3% and I can get people to believe in 2%, now I can tax 5% every year just on that. And of course, there's still all the other taxes in the world. But I can leverage inflation to do that. Now, where inflation comes from is printing money, period. Now, one thing that I've heard you say, and I guarantee, even though you've touched on it here, people still think what drives inflation is rising costs. When the thing I've heard you say very pointedly is, no, inflation is increasing the money supply, and the echo of that is rising costs. But rising costs does not create inflation. It is a symptom of inflating the money supply. Okay, how close are we here?
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, they've got the cart before the horse when you're talking about costs causing inflation. And the same thing as prices. Sometimes they say, well, costs go up and that makes prices go up. They talk about the cost-price push. But costs and prices are two words for the same thing. I mean, one person's cost is another person's price, right? If I'm a business and I have to buy steel, well, what's my steel cost? Well, the guy that's selling me steel, my cost is the price he charges me. It's his price. It's my cost. So prices and costs are really the same thing. So why are they going up? What's making them go up when a free market would make them come down? That is the beauty of capitalism, is it lowers costs.
In what way? How does it lower costs? Is it through innovation, or is there another mechanism?
Yeah, through increasing productivity. I figure out cheaper ways to make stuff. You build a more productive a mousetrap, so that you can catch more mice for less money. Or the cost of producing a cell phone today is much lower than it was 20 years ago. That's the reason they're so much cheaper. The free market figured out a better way to produce. And they did that because the companies earn money from selling some very expensive cell phones. They take that money, they invest in research and development to figure out more efficient ways to produce. And of course, as they produce more at lower prices, they also, that is the natural tendency of a market-based economy. If you look at the US, if you look at the CPI in 1900, and then you look at it in 1800, 100 years earlier, prices are down about 50%. Prices are half what they were in 1900 that they were in 1800. The market cut the cost of living in half. We were on a gold standard for most of that time period, other than a few years of the Civil War, where we really started printing money. But in that economy, prices went down. Now, with technology, we should actually be enjoying even faster price declines in this century than they had in the 19th century. The reason we've been robbed of those benefits is because of government. And of course, there is a lot more regulation now than they had then. I mean, the markets are not as free as they used to be, and therefore they're not as efficient as they used to be. And therefore prices aren't going down as much as they would if the government got out of the way and allowed entrepreneurs to be more effective, instead of having to waste resources and time on government red tape as resources to becoming more productive. But there was another reason too that they were able to keep the inflation rate low, is we outsourced all of our production to China. And so we had all these Chinese workers that would do the work for a fraction of what Americans would, and in factories that didn't have to deal with all the regulations of American factories. And so we got all this stuff coming in from China that helped keep prices down. But the flip side of that was we lost a lot of good paying jobs and we ran massive trade deficits. And so now we have to deal with that problem that we created, trying to kick the can down the road. Because you're right about politicians and their time horizon. They can only see as far as their own reelection, which in America, in many cases, is 2 years. And as you said, people want something for nothing. That is the inherent flaw of a democracy. And that's why the Founding Fathers established America as a republic, not a democracy. And they tried to protect the country from the evil forces of democracy, which they refer to as mobocracy. So we're not supposed to be a democracy for the very reasons that democracies create the type of problems that we now have.
Okay, so I think that's a really important point to zoom in on. So I think is potentially problematic in this is just the nature of the human mind. And so when I think about why this stuff starts deranging, it's that you really can get a free lunch for a while. And if it didn't work in the short term, we wouldn't have these problems. But it really does work, and it can work for a very long time. And so I think it's important for people to understand the US is a reserve currency, so we have privileges. This conversation only makes sense in the context of the US economy. If you were to take this somewhere else where they can't print their way out of this, it would be a very different scenario. But right now, the world is tied to the US dollar. And so the US dollar is able to create this inflation, actually export some of the negative effects of that inflation. And so this lets us give people a free lunch for a very long time. And it creates this thing where the first order consequence is awesome. So take COVID. I was legitimately worried that people were going to get obliterated by COVID, and they didn't, but they only didn't because of printing money. And so I actually felt good. I was like, oh man, thank God. Like the government stepped in, help people. The recent regional banking crisis, right, with SVB. I was like, thank God the government's, I didn't have any money. I had very small exposure to that I got out before the government stepped in. So for me, I had no skin in the game once the bank stepped in, but I was still glad they did it. But that's because first order consequences are positive. The second, third, fourth, fifth, on and on and on, consequences become not only hard to calculate, but they really get confusing. And so if you boil the frogs slowly, not only do you get them used to the problem, but you confuse the shit out of them as to what's causing the pain. Does that all make sense?
Makes perfect sense. But everything that you're happy the government did was a mistake. Now, the reason you're happy they did it was because of the short-term benefit of that mistake. But you don't perceive the actual long-term consequences of doing that. It's like maybe, let's say you're a football player and you're in a game and, you injure your ankle, and the coach is like, look, let me shoot you up with this so you can keep on playing because we want you in the game. And so he shoots you up with this medicine and you don't feel the pain, and so you keep running on your foot and you're able to finish that game. But because you did that, you screwed up your foot so bad, you're out for the rest of the season, right? But they were just thinking about one game, and so you ran on a foot that you shouldn't have run on. You got numb to the pain. And your body was like, hey, don't run on me. Go rest. Ice me for a while. But, so that's what the government does. They try to make us numb to the pain, and then we end up doing more damage. And so what happened after COVID, I mean, that policy was horrific. And bailing out the banks, both in 2008 and now again, with the bank bailouts we've had this year, all this is a mistake. But again, the politicians want to get reelected, right? They just want to win this game. They don't care about the season. It's this game. And so they're just doing whatever they can to numb us all to the pain. There's a saying, you talk about a free lunch, that there's no such thing as a free lunch. And that's because somebody's got to pay for that lunch. So if it's free to you, the question is, who's paying for it? Because the food didn't just magically appear, right? There is a cost. The government can print money, but it can't print stuff. The stuff has to be made. And that's why when you print money without any stuff being made, all that happens is the price of that stuff goes up, right? Because if we could just print money and people could buy stuff, everybody would be rich. We just print up a bunch of money. Why not give everybody millions of dollars and we all be rich, right? No, the price of everything would just go up. Nobody would be rich. The only way we could all be richer is if we all produce more. Printing more money doesn't change anything, right? You're rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. You need a more stable boat, right? So we need to make more stuff. That's how we can satisfy more demand, is by creating more supply. If we just print money, we increase demand, supply is the same. And so prices go up. And that's the inflation. But yes, what we were able to do is we were able to con the whole world, the Chinese and a lot of other people, into taking the paper that we print for the stuff they produce. Because the dollar is the reserve currency. So instead of actually having to make stuff that the Chinese wanted, we just printed money and said, hey, take this. And now they took all this stuff that they made in factories where, they actually had to, invest in them, and people had to do hard work, and maybe they were making, pollution, whatever. But the Chinese economy expended real resources to produce all kinds of goods that are filling up the shelves in Walmart, that Americans are, driving home in their big SUVs. And what are they doing? How are we earning all this stuff? The Fed's just printing money and handing it out. What does that cost us? Next to nothing. And so, in the short run, this is a great deal for Americans because we get something for nothing, and the Chinese get nothing for something, except they don't realize they're getting nothing. They think this paper has a lot of value. But in reality, it doesn't, because it's an IOU. It's a claim on U.S. production. But what if, our production is going down? Eventually we're going to wipe all that out with massive inflation when the world doesn't want our dollars anymore, and they try to cash them in. When they try to, buy stuff, it's like, well, what are you going to buy? We don't have our factories anymore. They're all in China. That money's no good. I mean, we run this giant Ponzi scheme. We have a $33 trillion national debt that continues to grow trillions of dollars a year, and we finance it like Bernie Madoff did, because we can't pay anybody back. So whenever a bond matures, we find some other sucker to buy it. And when we have to pay our interest, we find suckers to loan us that money too. But this only continues as long as the suckers are willing to keep lending. But when people want their money back, we don't have it. During the debt crisis, we even admitted that we said if we can't go deeper into debt, we're going to default because we're broke. So all this is going to collapse. The dollar is going to lose its reserve currency status. And then if Americans want to consume, they're going to have to produce. And that's much harder than printing. And that's going to mean a lot of people who are not productive are going to have to start working. And a lot of people who have jobs, they have non-productive jobs. Those jobs aren't going to cut it in a society where we're no longer creating the reserve currency. They're going to have to go make something.
Okay, so let's look at historical examples, because if I'm taking the flip side of this argument, I'm saying, look, it doesn't have to end in de-dollarization. Even if it does end in de-dollarization, it could happen well like it did for the pound, where the pound sort of slowly over time lost its juice. America rose up, throw in a couple world wars that confuse and discombobulate people. And yeah, you come out the other side, there was no sort of excluding the wars. I want to be very clear that I don't discount the loss of life. Just looking at the economics, that there was a relatively smooth transition from the UK as the dominant global power reserve currency to the US dollar as the dominant world power and currency.
It wasn't actually that smooth. And, if you look back at the days where the pound really dominated global trade, I mean, Britain was an empire. I mean, think about how much influence Britain had all around the world. It's just another country now. It's like, so Britain is a shadow of what it used to be. So yeah, it doesn't have anywhere near the economic or military power that it once had when it had that position. So to say that, it was easy for Britain, I mean, imagine what happens when America is just another country. It's going to be a big difference. But I think that our economy structurally is more screwed up than the British economy was. And so we're extremely dependent on the dollar status.
Now, really fast, are we in a worse position because of the debt crisis? What makes it worse now?
And the structure of our economy. We're so dependent. This service sector economy that can't exist unless it's supplied by the rest of the world. And when the pound was the dominant currency, it was backed by gold. I mean, it was a real money. They couldn't just print it like we've been doing. So the dollar's the reserve currency, even though it's backed by absolutely nothing.
Really fast. So Winston Churchill said the biggest mistake he ever made was reattaching their currency to gold. Out of curiosity, I'm going to guess you think that was a dumb statement on his part. The reason that he said that, I think, is because now seeing how much power it gives America to just print, and this is like the thesis of my argument. You can get away with this shit for so long that the people that pay the price didn't create the problem, and so just emotionally, nobody has to go through. That's not quite true. You'll get increasingly agitated movements like Occupy Wall Street, which we will almost certainly talk about later, because I know that you had a very interesting relationship with them. But you'll get increasingly sort of agitated movements like that until something happens and either it breaks or just the kids that end up taking over the government, they just end up doing things differently. But I think that's why he said that, was like, oh my God, we really crippled ourselves and we made it impossible for ourselves to print our way out of this problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons that politicians hate gold, is it forces them to be honest. And that's the last thing that a politician wants to be. I mean, they don't get elected telling the truth. And if they've been in office for a long time, it's because they're very good liars, because that's how you get reelected. But the public wants gold because we want to keep the politicians honest.
I don't think the public understands gold.
No, well, they don't, because they've been deliberately confused about it by a government that doesn't want the public to understand it, because the government wants to be in charge of the money so that they can manipulate and tax us and try to tinker with the economy in ways that might make their reelection easier. And so we're not on, a gold standard. Again, it's like kids at a high school prom, they don't want the chaperone, right? Because they want to do a lot of things that the chaperones won't approve of. But the parents want the chaperones because they don't want the kids doing that stuff. That's why they're there. So gold is like the chaperone to keep the politicians and the bankers honest. But that's not what they want. They want to be up to no good, and gold stands in their way. That's why if you look at, read, for example, Alan Greenspan's essay, Gold and Economic Freedom. And he wrote this years before he became Fed chairman, but he does a great job of explaining this concept. Gold and economic freedom go hand in hand. I mean, we want honest money. We want sound money. I mean, money is supposed to have real value. It's not supposed to just be conjured into existence out of thin air by a central bank.
Ooh. We'll get to that in a second. So if Alan Greenspan writes this thing and really understands gold and understands how a true sound money that is tied to something that can't be faked, if he understands that, why, when he was Fed chair, did he not lobby to get us back on a gold standard?
He was a sellout. I mean, that's why, and he thought, well, he was saying that he was as good as gold. He said he was trying to manage the dollar with the price of gold. In his mind, it was when gold was at 400. So he used to say, if the gold price is above 400, then I know that I'm too easy. If it's below 400, I know I'm too tight. Well, look where we are now, 1900. So clearly the Fed has been too loose based on the barometer that Greenspan had back then. But he had some arrogance, once he got into power. He enjoyed being called the maestro. There's an old saying, Lord Acton, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. And so you get absolute power over the monetary system. And this is what happens. But, I know that if I could have a private conversation with Alan Greenspan, he would very much like the country to go back to a gold standard. He's never repudiated a single word that he wrote in that essay, Gold and Economic Freedom. In fact, I was speaking to Ron Paul about it, who had a birthday the other day. But Ron told me of a story where he was talking to Greenspan in the halls of Congress, and he had the Atlas Shrugged book, or Capitalism, the Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. And he asked Greenspan, point blank, hey, I've got this book. Your article is in here, Gold and Economic Freedom. Is there, do you want to, retract any of that? Right? Because now you're saying things. And he told Ron Paul, nope, I wouldn't change a word. So he still believed it. Regardless of the public persona, he still knew it. He believed it. That's why he was in many ways a hypocrite. But as bad as Greenspan was, and of course, when I was forecasting the 2008 financial crisis for years and years, for most of those years, Greenspan was Fed chairman. And so I always blamed the crisis on Greenspan, not necessarily Bernanke, because he inherited the bubble, but Greenspan inflated it. Now, he was oblivious to it. And of course, everything Bernanke did in the aftermath of the financial crisis was a mistake. And we're paying for that mistake, and we're going to pay for that mistake. But Greenspan started, so I said he was the ace of spades in the deck of cards, trying to figure out who caused the 2008 financial crisis. I wanted to go to Congress and testify because they had a hearing on why we had a financial crisis. And I was like, the kid in class, ooh, pick me, right? Because I had been warning about it. I wrote a book forecasting it. I mean, it basically happened the way I said it would for the exact reasons that I said it would. In fact, I even helped set up a hedge fund that was short the subprime market. I was, got as many people as I could to short subprime in 2006, and then it blew up in 2008. and 7, but I knew exactly why we had a financial crisis. I knew exactly what caused it, and so I wanted to go to Congress and testify, but they wouldn't let me. Instead, they had a bunch of people that didn't predict the crisis, that had no idea that it was coming, that were completely blindsided by the crisis, and then they blamed it on the free market. They blamed it on the lack of regulation. They blamed it on everything that had nothing to do with it. It was the Fed, it was Fannie, it was Freddie, it was all these government agencies that caused the problem. That's how I knew it was coming. That's how I knew exactly, the consequences, because I understood the mistakes that they were making. But the people who testified at that hearing made the mistakes. They had no idea why we actually had a crisis. But the real purpose of the hearing was not to find out why we had a crisis, but to blame it on private sector so that we could use that as an excuse to create even more power for the government and the Federal Reserve that collectively caused that crisis. And based on what they did in the aftermath, we're going to have an even worse one. But that was the impetus for the Occupy Wall Street, because if you remember, everybody was protesting all the bailouts and what was going on. And you had this group of people in New York that were mad at the private sector for getting bailed out, for taking, and I wanted to go down there and say, you're mad at the wrong, target. You should be down in Washington on Pennsylvania Avenue. You should be protesting the White House, Congress, the Fed. Don't protest the companies that took the bailouts. Protest the government that gave them the bailout. I mean, who's not going to take a bailout if it's offered to you, right? It's like if somebody offers your kid a bunch of candy and then your kid eats it. I mean, yeah, what kid's not going to eat candy? You blame the guy that gave him all that candy. And so I said, that's how I went down there to say, look, don't protest capitalism. Capitalism is the solution to the problems that you're worried about. Protest government. Protest socialism. The central bankers. They're your enemy, not private businessmen.
Okay, having seen you debate people down at Occupy Wall Street, I can say that at least people that were a part of that movement, and probably people that are a part of that, a very similar vibe now, would all disagree for one very simple reason. Capitalism is evil. It concentrates money in the hands of a very few who have effectively stolen it from people, either through back alley dealings, back government. I don't know if they'd use the word bribe, but like lobbying government, using official bribery channels, and the like. And when I think about that argument, which I'll let you directly respond to, but to me, the problem feels like you are simply up against human nature. And human nature is such that I want you to give me something now, and I have a very hard time calculating the negative second and third order consequences. And when the second and third order consequences come, people probably, they may not even necessarily be lying, although I heard you about politicians and they do well as they get better at lying. But even being generous and saying they're not lying, they just don't understand it, because this stuff is very complicated. And unfortunately, life has taught me, the moment you're asking the masses to hold a sophisticated idea in their head, that it is never going to work. And you will only, if you ask the masses to hold a sophisticated idea in their head, they will only calculate first order consequences, period. And therefore, anything that happens in second and third order, it is as if it doesn't exist. But then subsequent either years or generations down the road, you get fucking obliterated. And Ray Dalio has clocked this. Every empire that has ever existed, every reserve currency that has ever existed, they have all collapsed. But they all collapsed for the same reason. And it's what we're living through right now. And that's why I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I don't see how this isn't inevitable.
Yeah, human nature is one thing that doesn't change. I mean, we're more sophisticated now. We have a lot more technology now, but that hasn't changed. We haven't learned from the mistakes of the past. We just keep on repeating them in an endless loop. But yes, a lot of people believe that capitalism is evil. But capitalism is the least evil economic system that exists. I mean, this is probably because the teachers don't understand this either. And so we have a bunch of kids that learn bad things from teachers who don't get it in these government schools. But it's socialism that's inherently evil, not capitalism. Capitalism is about freedom, right? It's where individuals are free to transact with one another and pursue their interests, their self-interest, without government intervention. Now, people think, well, then people are just going to exploit other people and take advantage of them and screw them over. But that's not how it works. Because if I want to enrich myself in a system of voluntary interaction, I can't force anybody to buy my products. If I want somebody's money, I have to earn their money. I can't force them. I'm not a government. I can't tax them. I can't take stuff from them against their will. I have to convince them that it's in their self-interest to buy what I want to sell. If I want to hire somebody, I have to pay them more than anybody else is willing to pay them. Or I have to give them a combination of pay and benefits and a work environment where they voluntarily accept my offer of employment. I can't conscript them into service, like the government at a draft. I can't force you to work for me. I have to give you a deal that you decide to take because it's better than somebody else's deal. And so everybody is acting with one another voluntarily. Capitalists, the way you get rich is I try to figure out, hey, what is something that would make everybody's life better? What do we need that a lot of people don't have? And if they had it, their life would be better. And then I come up with something. Or maybe I come up with something, you didn't even realize you wanted it until I showed it to you. And then when you saw it, oh my God, my life would be so much better if I had that. And then you buy it from me. And I get rich because I made your life better. I'm getting rewarded for improving your life. That's capitalism. We all get rewarded for making everybody else's lives better. And it's all about voluntary exchange and interaction. There's no coercion. Nobody is forced to do something that they don't want to do. Compare that to socialism or government. The government forces people to do stuff whether they want to do it or not. Here's this law. You have to abide by it. You can't do this. You must do that. You have to pay that. You can't do this. You know, this is coercion. This is force. And the government can say, oh, we're going to take all this money away from you. We don't have to earn your money. We're just taking it. And if you don't give it to us, we're going to put you in jail. You know, there's no businessman that can put you in jail if you don't buy their product or accept their employment offer. They have to entice you to buy their stuff. And so I want to live in a world where people have to win my business, right? Where they have to improve my life, not where they can ruin my life and put me in jail if I don't do what they tell them to do. So that's socialism. And you know, when people think, well, people are inherently evil. They're gonna cheat. They're gonna try to rip me off and give me, poison food and, shoddy merchandise. Some people will do that, right? Some people are gonna cut corners and try to, pull a fast one. And some people will commit fraud in the marketplace. They'll lie about something. But those people are not going to be hugely successful businessmen. The free market will weed them out. They'll go out of business. People will, tell their friends, and they'll get bad reviews, and eventually they're going to go away. They may make some money in the short run, but if you want to build a good reputation and have a lasting business, you don't do it by ripping off your customers. You do it by serving your customers so they keep coming back and they don't go to your competitor. But yes, there's going to be some bad apples in capitalism. But you know what? There's even more bad apples in socialism. Why people think that businessmen are greedy, but they trust politicians. Those people in government are as greedy as anybody. They want to make money too, but now they have power over you. Now they can make money through corruption, through graft. And if you want to look at these socialist countries, who are the wealthiest people? The people that work for government. They have all the money. They have all the stuff. There's a huge divide. They say, oh, it's going to be, equal. Everybody's going to be equal. Yeah, everybody is equally poor except the people who work for government, and they're rich. And they get rich by stealing money from the public. But in capitalism, people get rich by serving the public. And there's a much better distribution of wealth in capitalism than socialism because you have a middle class. I mean, capitalism created the American middle class. Without capitalism, there wouldn't have been a middle class, right? There would just been a bunch of poor people and then some rich bureaucrats at the top that were sucking the lifeblood out of everybody else.
For the average person today, that does not feel true. For the average person today who economic mobility has begun to decrease, and look, I doubt you know much about my background, I could not be a more diehard capitalist. But I want to make sure that we steel man the flip side of that coin. So for somebody that's growing up now, call it just bad luck of timing. And boomers created a system that just drained the wealth. They've trapped it and it's not getting back into the system. Whatever reasoning ends up being the right analysis in the final look at this. But nonetheless, economic mobility has scaled back. You get people like Ray Dalio, who I think has looked at this problem more closely than just about anybody. And he's like, look, we do need to make changes to the system. Otherwise, you're just going to keep getting this massive divide. And for people familiar with the Gini coefficient, if you want people to fight, then have people that have massive wealth and people with no wealth be next to each other, because all you care about is what your neighbor has. And so that's what we're getting right now, right? So people are just like, fuck this guy, like he's got so much money. Elon Musk, he's making, whatever, he's worth $160 billion. He's hoarding that money. That's all money that would have gone to me, but now I'm not getting it because this asshole has all that money. And so I think they have identified the wrong solution, but they're not wrong that there's a problem. Like growing up in the 80s, I really felt like I could do anything. And now my life becomes proof that that's true. I did not grow up with money, but I've made a lot of money.
You don't get rich by hoarding your money, because if your money is hoarded, it doesn't grow. The way people get rich is by investing their money, by creating economic growth, by producing more products, providing more employment. So the last thing you want to do is take that wealth away from the rich because they use it so productively. They're not just sitting on a pile of cash in their backyard. Their wealth is out there working and growing the economy. But the reason that we have so much less upward mobility than we could have is because of all the roadblocks that government has placed in people's paths that wouldn't be there but for government. I mean, it's very hard now for someone just to get a job because we've made it so difficult to employ people. If you want to go out and hire people, the government says, well, here's a minimum wage. You can't hire somebody if they have very low skills and they're worth less than the minimum wage. So immediately you price a lot of people out of the labor market because they're not worth the minimum wage. Otherwise, you might hire them if you could do it at $4 an hour, but you won't do it at $9 an hour. Now you might say, well, why would somebody work at $4 an hour? Well, they have no skills and they want to get some skills. And if you have no skills and you want to get some skills, the best way to get them is to get a job and learn them. And so, in many cases, you're paying somebody $4 an hour to teach them how to do something. But once they learn how to do it, then you have to pay them more money or they're going to quit and they're going to go someplace else. But we also have all these employment taxes that increase employment costs, make it more expensive to hire people, Social Security, unemployment. And then we also empower workers where you can sue your boss 8 ways from Sunday. I mean, one of the easiest things to do in America is sue your boss. And that means that people are reluctant to hire. Who the hell wants to get sued? And so a lot fewer people get hired because the employer doesn't want to risk a lawsuit. And this is particularly problematic for minorities, who may have a greater tendency to sue because they can bring up discrimination and stuff like that. It's so easy to claim, oh, I got fired because I'm African American, or I didn't get promoted because I'm a woman, or I was handicapped. I mean, there's different things you can say, or somebody insulted me at work. I mean, so employers want to reduce their legal liability, and they do that by hiring fewer people, by outsourcing to other countries, by automating where they might prefer a human, but the computer can't sue them. So the government has just made it very difficult for people to climb up the economic ladder, because in many cases, the first few rungs of that ladder have been destroyed by the government. And so if we could just have a free country, when my grandfather came to this country, they didn't have any of these laws. There was no minimum wage. There was no welfare. There was no unemployment. There was no Social Security. He came with nothing. He didn't even speak the language. He was like 12 or 13, but he got a job right away. And then eventually he had his own little business and he employed people. But, he didn't have to do all this with his employees either. I mean, I don't even think he kept track of how much money he made, because why keep track? There was no taxes to pay. It was a free country, right? You can concentrate on running your business, not figuring out how much you had to cut the government in on. The only taxes were sales taxes, which was easy.
This was your
Somebody
dad
buys
or
a product
your...
and pay a tax. My grandfather.
Your dad or your grandfather? Okay.
My grandfather.
So there was no tax?
They didn't have income taxes. They didn't have Social Security taxes. All the only taxes you had, it was like a tariff. You didn't even see the tariffs, right? Because they were embedded in the products. And the cities, the locals, they did have like sales tax, but that's it. That's all there was. Nobody had to fill out forms. Nobody had any money taking out of their paycheck. I mean, that's what America used to be like. And people weren't starving. People weren't dying for lack of medical care. If you didn't have money, doctors worked for nothing. I mean, we ran great. Government was tiny, 100 years ago, 1900, 1890, 1910. Now we didn't have as much technology then as we have now, but, could you imagine if the government had stayed in the same relative size that it was in 1900, if we never had an income tax, corporate income tax, personal income tax, we never had all these government programs, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, Obamacare, right? If we had just stayed the same, you wouldn't even recognize America today. We would be so wealthy, it would be unrecognizable. The living standard of the average American would be unlike anything that we see today on Earth. But we were robbed of all of those benefits because we gave up on capitalism, and we went all in almost on socialism, and we really transformed the nation. And we've all suffered, whether we realize it or not.
Okay, so I am hearing this as somebody who is very skeptical of capitalism. I'm thinking law of the jungle is the strong will do what they will and the weak will suffer as they must. And the whole idea behind a government is that you're going to protect the smaller person. You're going to create the environment where they can be successful. And what I hear you saying is that, everybody is so magically kind that if we had a true capitalist society, doctors will take care of the sick for free. Nobody's going to die on the stair steps. Pregnant women are going to die in childbirth in their homes because they were too poor to go to the hospital. They look around and they see they see us in late stage capitalism. We tried it, Peter, and it led to derangement. It led to evil behavior. If it wasn't for things like Obamacare, just the number of people that would be dying in the streets. This is crazy. You're just a rich guy speaking your book right now.
Yeah, that's just government lies. I mean, the freest period of time in American history, really, was from the end of the Civil War to the beginning of the First World War. That was really when we were the freest, right? No more slavery, so African Americans had been freed, and we were on a very, very solid gold standard during that period of time. That was the Industrial Revolution. You've never seen a period of time where real incomes rose faster, where real GDP grew faster than during those years, and that's when we had the least amount of government really in history. Look, the conditions to achieve success exist naturally. all the government can do is diminish those conditions by imposing barriers. Now, it's not that I'm saying, hey, we shouldn't have any laws. Yeah, the local governments, yeah, should it be illegal to defraud somebody? Yes. We shouldn't just, hey, you can commit crimes as long as you get away with it. No, because in a free market, you can do whatever you want. You just can't harm somebody else. Right? So I can't deliberately steal your stuff. Right? Theft is wrong. I have to earn money. I can't steal your money, which means I can't defraud you out of your money. So
I don't even know when this started. People don't know the difference between red flags and bad things. Talking about anything related to relationships or consent or creepy behavior with red pills is a total fucking waste of time. But let's go.
When there's a huge age gap, when you clearly don't have English second language, and when you're like trying to isolate somebody.
Destiny, do you understand how hypocritical it is?
First of all,
When there's a huge age gap, when you clearly don't have English second language, and when you're like trying to isolate somebody.
Destiny, do you
I
understand?
like the 3-second clip from my initial thing and your dog shit 2-minute video. Good one. The older millennial period one. Nice. 3-second clip. I'm sure we got the gist of what I was saying. Which was, by the way, this other girl's relationship was a guy that took her from another country who I believe was in his 50s, I think, when she was 18. Which, kind of weird, but in and of itself might not necessarily be horrible. But the huge red flags were, I believe he said that she wasn't allowed to have any friends or leave the house. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was from that episode. She wasn't allowed to have friends and she wasn't allowed to leave the house. Those are a way bigger deal than the age gap. Although the age gap in and of itself is already like kind of weird, but remember, age gaps are only red flags. They're not necessarily bad things. They can be bad things. But yeah, we can go back and watch that episode if somebody wants to find it.
Understand how hypocritical it is for you to be talking about this? For you to be talking about how older men dating younger women is all about manipulation?
I've never in my life said that older men dating younger women is manipulation. First of all, the average age skews a little bit higher for men anyway. I think it's on average they're about 2 years older. Now, obviously you can go bigger depending on the relationship, but no, an older person dating a younger person is not necessarily manipulative or bad. It's just an indication that something might be wrong. That's why it's called a red flag. Oh, you can't see what I'm watching? Fuck these dumb fucks. Here you go.
Men dating younger women is all about manipulation? Dude, you have a 10-year age gap between you and your girlfriend. And
I'm
not
sure she's my wife, but nice, true.
like a, oh, I'm 40, she's 30 kind of age gap. You met her when you were a 30-year-old man and she was 20.
True.
When you started dating her, you were a 30-year-old man who would have had to sneak her into a bar. Or illegal.
What, first of all, I don't know why I would have to sneak her into a bar, because number one, I'm pretty sure most countries in the world, the drinking age is 18 or 16. Number two, I don't know why you would assume I would sneak her into a bar. Number three, alcohol isn't even on my top list of like drugs I do all the time. But okay.
Legally buy her alcohol. Oh, and you want to talk about manipulation?
Like what other weird thing you're gonna say? Like, wow, you would have to illegally sign for her to have a rental car. Yeah, sure, but okay.
You can tell me if this sounds like manipulation. You were a pretty popular streamer at the time. You were single and living in the US. Fan of yours from New Zealand invited you to come out and hang out with them. And this is where you...
That is not true. Melina was the one that invited me to come and hang out, not a random fan in New Zealand, and not her boyfriend. So that part is not true. I love how people always get bits and pieces of my life, but they don't actually know what the fuck they're talking about.
You met his 20-year-old girlfriend, Melina. Oh, and the best
I literally went there to go and meet Melina. She was the one that reached out to me.
part is, everything that happens after that, we all know exactly what happened because you streamed it live. Or more specifically, you let your fan act like he was in charge of your stream, so
I've never let my fan act like they're in charge of my stream.
he would be distracted with taking care of the stream while you were completely all over his absolutely shit-faced drunk girlfriend.
It wasn't just his girlfriend. She was already polyamorous at the time. She was dating him, and she literally had a fiance in New Zealand already that was not him.
Like, here's a picture from that stream. She's 20. By the way, the drinking age in New Zealand is 21. Do you...
No, it's not. Do we just, we just don't do any research at all for videos? Do we just say random shit? Or...
You are a 30-year-old man who came to New Zealand and got an underage girl absolutely hammered drunk. And then
What do you mean? I'm not getting any. First of all, these guys wanted to take me drinking. Okay, but so nice. Number one. Number two, it wasn't illegal. She's not underage.
you couldn't keep your fucking hands off her the whole time. Then after a whole day of getting them absolutely drunk, you allowed him to take over your stream. You allowed him to take over your stream so you could go in his bedroom and fuck his girlfriend.
First of all, we'd already been fucking. Secondly, it wasn't his bedroom. We were in a hotel. Thirdly, we did not fuck on stream that night. Why the fuck would I do my stream on? I've been streaming for 13 fucking years, and I have never in my life made a mistake like that. Why the fuck would this be the first time of all the times that this has ever happened?
And he was just so happy to have so many people commenting on the stream he was in charge of. He just sat there while you did it. And then you want to talk about how it's real manipulating to isolate a girl from all her friends and family? How about when you took Melina from New Zealand to the US? You isolated her from everyone she's ever known. You isolated her from every member of her family.
Kind of true. She is isolated in the US, but she can always go back to Sweden. It's not like I forced her to stay in the US. If she wanted to go back, she could. In fact, she did. Multiple times. She could only stay in the US for, I think it's 90-day stretches at a time, because that's how the visa waiver, God, my brain is dying. What's the name of the visa waiver application in the United States? I don't even know it right now. My brain is leaking out of my head. Oh, they asked a visa waiver shit. She couldn't even stay here for more than 3 months at a time. So none of this, so none of this even makes sense. No, she was not locked here the entire fucking time.
How about when you took Melina from New Zealand to the US?
Also took her from New Zealand. She's not even from New Zealand. She's from Sweden.
You isolated her from everyone she's ever known. You isolated her.
I even give these guys the time of day.
She was already
Seems like
isolated. Like, she was already in New Zealand. She'd already gone there with another guy and then was engaged to another guy. I didn't take her from anywhere. She was already in New Zealand, isolated from her friends and family, because her friends and family all lived in Sweden.
Member of her family. You took her to the other side of the planet and made her completely reliant on you. A 30-year-old man took a 20-year-old girl to the other side of the world, and you were all she knew. Now, you obviously weren't too good at manipulating her long-term, because now she has like 30 boyfriends.
She already was dating a guy, had a fiance, might have been dating another guy or two. I don't even know. I know she had at least two. Our relationship was open literally from the very fucking start. That was the only reason I was willing to try a relationship with her. It's like, this guy is like a collection of like random tidbits.
But dude, you were literally doing some passport bro shit.
No. Passport bro shit is, the admission is one, you can't get a Western woman. All of my prior girlfriends, and 99% of the women I hook up with are Western women, number one. Number two, the goal is to find somebody that you can exert great financial pressure over, okay? Which I guess you can argue no, I'm not even gonna grant you that. Grabbing somebody from a poor country is different than and I understand these guys don't know it, because a lot of these guys have never left the US. This guy looks like the farthest he's probably gone is from Nebraska to Kentucky to go and fuck a cousin that lives out of state, right? You can't abduct people generally from like France, Sweden, Germany, Italy, because these are like first world Western countries. They're not like in financial destitution where they're looking to a white person. Like if I go to France and I'm like, hey, just so you know, I'm American, people are gonna look at me like, okay, I guess that's cool, right? It's a lot different than when you're in South America or when you're in Eastern Europe and some people look at you like, you're American? How fucking loaded are you, chief? Right? It's a way different vibe. But also, on top of all that, it's not even necessarily bad to pick up a girlfriend from one of these countries. It's just when your goal is to explicitly find women from these countries who are dramatically younger than you, who live in financial destitution, when you're explicitly trying to do that, that's really fucking creepy. If you think I'm doing that, then fine, knock yourself out. But you're just wrong or retarded. I have no history of it. Me and Melina's biggest fights generally stem from our fucking age gap. Like, it's not like I'm out here looking for 20-year-olds. Jesus.
Except instead of manipulating poor women with an American
So there are no poor people, celebrity status and money. I'm sure you can find some of them. I'm sure they're out there.
passport, you manipulated a 20-year-old girl with underage drinking and a chance at fame.
Nice, underage drinking. Nice, chance of fame. For the first year we were together, I don't even think she streamed. I don't even think she wanted to stream. I still don't even know if she wants to stream.
That's not even passport, bro. That's like Harvey Weinstein type of shit. And look, dude, I definitely agree that there should be a conversation about people in relationships manipulating each other. And maybe there should be a long talk about older men being able to manipulate younger women. But there is no fucking way that you should be involved in that conversation. Everything you advocate against, you did. And the best part is you can't deny any of it because the live stream still exists online. We can all go watch you get an underage girl drunk and fuck her later that night.
we were already fucking. I don't need to get people drunk to fuck them, bro. Well, again, unlike you, who's probably getting his fucking cousin or sister wasted, okay, so that she'll play the let's look at each other's parts game, right? Jesus.
Did that? You streamed that. But what the fuck are you talking about?
Any conversations with red pillars relating to relationships or anything related to this is entirely a fucking waste of time. Jesus. What am I missing?
621, are you still hearing things?
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Extract the data from the birth survey drones, then get out.
Okay, dude.
Solo AC. Must be an independent merc.
Taking Balam's money, no doubt. Intercept!
Very interesting. I'll make a copy of this.
Some fucking loser in my subreddit, oh my god, flew all the way to another state to watch fucking Oppenheimer in fucking IMAX. I almost banned it from my sub for being such a pathetic fuck. Do you think I should have? Absolutely disgusting, guys. Even if you disagree with my opinion and you think it was a good movie, you gotta admit that that movie was wasted to watch in IMAX. There's literally no fucking point.
That's 3. This should be the last one.
You see it in the big IMAX or the smaller IMAX? I think I saw it in the small. I think there's only like 52 like true IMAX theaters in the US or something.
What are you doing here?
Looks like their MTs just got over. Shut them down.
Really? Okay, whatever.
Attention, Gun 13 Raven! Looks like you ruffled some feathers. Taking their drones back to HQ. I want you to find them and stop them.
Hello? So it's funny, people like Dusty who don't even edit their own videos can talk so much shit about media art. Like, bro, you lack creativity, we get it. True. If you don't make movies, you can't critique movies.
That must be independent merc. Shut it down before Balaam gets hold of
Bonus, you don't make anything, retard? I make love to your mom every fucking night.
Identifying as
Oh, God.
BCA. It's not subject guard. Did they send in an enforcement squad?
Fight back.
621, that's an LC. PCA's rank and file, and a big step up from subject guard MTs.
Be careful, Raven.
AP at 50%. Left-hand ammunition at 50%. AP at 30%.
Jesus.
50%. No repair kits remaining.
LC destroyed. The warship's making a second approach.
See anything from Darius' stream last night? Nope. Anything fun?
They've deployed drones. Intercept 621. Looks like you're on the deck. Good call. Now smash the bridge.
Enemy propulsion systems compromised.
It's going to blow. Get clear, 621.
Right shoulder ammunition at 30%.
Wow. Mission end. Give me that S rank, baby. What? Oh no. You need to be faster.
Destiny. How long did Melina have to wait before renewing her 90-day visa-free period? Asking for myself. Also, I think Oppenheimer's success had more to do with Cillian Murphy selling the character than anything else.
How long does she have to wait for a 90 day? I don't know what that question means.
Commence mission.
For an SUV to get approved, it's like a couple days, I think.
Drones. Then get out.
Okay, can we at least get the battle logs from this?
An intruder.
Solo AC. Must be an independent merc.
Taking Bailey's money, no doubt.
Destiny, my guy. You need to talk to Adam from YMS about the spicy movie takes.
Very interesting. Make a copy of this.
Okay, somebody said there's a tetrapod somewhere. A tetrapod where? Should be behind the big building in front of you. Behind this?
Rubicon's atmosphere. Trails of residual core, like the one we passed through during our journey here.
Have you ever seen Twin Peaks? Yeah, that's what I call your mom's tits. Oh, this guy. How has he never been proc before? Weird. Beta bitch. Alright, no way I can S-rank this now.
That's 3.
Ruminate goes on Stitch and Adam today? Oh fuck, I wonder if I can stay awake. Oh shit, I didn't do this. So watch.
You and the AC, what are you doing here?
Looks like their MTs just got home. Shut them down.
No shot that hit me.
Two repair kits remaining.
Is there any elaboration on what happened with Ro? Oh, I don't even know what the point of that combo was. Brianna set up a chat with Ro Kana today, which was interesting. Seems cool. Oh, maybe we'll have like a talk on stream at some point, maybe, I guess? But that was this morning. Live? No, it was off stream. We were just chatting, it wasn't like a video or anything.
That must be the independent lurk. Shut it down before Balaam gets hold of our data.
No shot! I thought that would have...
That ship. It's identifying as PCA. That's not subject guard. Did they send in an enforcement squad?
Fight back.
621. That's an LC. The PCA's rank and file, and a big step up from subject guard MTs.
Destiny, would you ever fuck a femboy? Destiny,
Fuck is
we.
that voice? Maybe someday, I don't know. No shot.
LC destroyed. Warships making a second approach.
They've deployed drones. Intercept 621. Looks like you're on the deck.
I'm gonna die.
Bridge 621.
Enemy proposed
I fell off the map!
AC! That must be the independent merc. Shut it down before Balaam gets hold of our data. Two repair kits remaining. Wait. What's it down?
That ship. It's identifying as PCA.
Oh, that shit. Oh, that shit. Yes, king. No repair packs. Don't even need a single one.
They sent in an enforcement squad.
Percent.
621. That's an LC. The PCA's rank and file.
Oh my god, an LC.
Check guard MTs.
Oh, I'm sure we'll be fine with this guy. No worries. 400 HP. Pfft. Stop. Is this game as hard as people make it out to be? No. Or maybe, yeah, maybe it is for some people. I don't know. Oh. I don't even know how far through the game I am.
AC! That must be the independent merc. Shut it down before Balaam gets hold of our data.
Later, bitch. Is your antibiotics out? No. I'm just not a big medicine kind of guy, okay?
That ship. It's identifying as PCA.
An enforcement squad. You didn't die? Oh my god. Clearly these guys are not the rank and file. These are a big step up, you know? Or they are, I don't know. I'm just fucking weird. Yes, king.
Do you think Crowder got the cakes?
I don't. I should get a sword instead. Why do I use this shotgun? I don't really need it. The laser cannon is probably enough. Yes, king! Fuck you. How much you win at the casino? $300. A high roller.
They've deployed drones.
I'll do what the fuck I want. Holy shit. Am I about to die again? No? Duh. Oh, I didn't actually blow it up though. Your mom's gonna blow. Ooh. Aussie Amy going over the Tate accusations. Oh, I'm sure it's amazing.
Congrats on 700k, Rob.
Thanks, bro. Road to 1 million. I feel feverish. I should have a thermometer.
Hey, Steven, hope you get to feeling better. Just got sick myself and am dying as well.
Cool.
Looks like the coast is clear.
God, I still got an A rank and I died? Am I dying? No, what are the chances of that? It should be pretty low. Should I go back and try to S rank? I don't think I care that much. We've already got every part we can buy. I have a chat with Ayla at 1. I might sleep after that, I don't know.
This job comes from Schneider and the Artemis Group. Here's the rundown. They want you to attack the Jorgen refueling base with DCA Rubicon. The target is the energy refinery plant deep inside. Take that out and it ought to slow down their suppression fleet at least. Until recently, Jorgen was one of Balam's Coral survey bases.
Assembly. Left hand. I'm supposed to use a sword. Wait. Pile bunker. The weapon gores through the target? Is it supposed to be goes through the target or is it gores through the target? Is that a typo or is that intentional? Press R to view what it does. Good one, dipshit. Press square. Ooh. Stun baton. Laser blade. How have I still? Is this the one that you start the game with? I feel like this is the best one still. It's me. Commencing, sir. Oh, I can just do this now, thank God. I don't have to waste ammo. Fuck with
I'm gay.
Cool, dude. Thanks for telling us all. Grenade, bitch. What? Don't think I meant to go to that one, but whatever.
Code 5, unaffiliated AC. Moving to terminate.
Oh my God. That's an AC like me. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Wait, am I not using the one that lets me attack twice? Okay. I'm using the shitty laser blade. I don't even think I'm gonna beat this guy. You have to charge it to twice. Yeah, I don't like the charge one. I think the one that you start the game with is like the best one up to this point. This charge one is trash. Left arm, pulse blade. This one.
Code 1-5. Contact with AC of unknown affiliation. Suspect corporate hire. Single AC. Terminate immediately. Code 5, unaffiliated AC. Moving to terminate.
Code 5. Jesus. Later.
You see that, 621? That dome's your refinery plant. I've updated your marker data.
Okay.
Head for the target.
Going.
Code 5, unknown AC.
Must be after the plan. Contain the situation.
Code 1-5. Vanguard, handle it.
Wow.
That's the refinery plant.
Cool.
621. Requesting backup from the system. Code 7-8.
Wow. Wow, guys.
Target destroyed. Our work here is done.
Big plays. No way is at the end of this mission. Oh my god. Wow. Oh no. Wow. Okay, dude.
I've identified PCA and SP, Special Forces. We can't afford to take chances.
We gotta kill the other guy. Can you summarize the story so far? Well, you have a core that's armored, and you're trying to blow up the other cores that are armored, basically.
I've identified PCA SP Special Forces. I can't afford to take chances.
Whoops. Whoops. Okay, let's just...
PCA SP machines. They're highly mobile executioners for priority targets, piloted by the PCA's elites. They're focused on one at a time, 6-2. Don't let them double team you.
You're in troublemaker, Raven. Didn't expect this level of resistance, sir.
Ah! Okay.
Requesting intelligence review. Observations found contradictory.
Should call Chuddy's doing his first kick stream? Yeah, what's he doing?
I've identified PCA SP Special Forces. I can't afford to take chances. 621. Eliminate them. Extra PCA SP machines. They're highly mobile executioners for priority targets.
Lieutenant is down. Roger. Proceeding as planned.
Later, bitch. Dumbass. God, this guy's so badass. God, my core is so armored right now. True.
Arcanist Group Mercenary Liaison. Impressive work. V4. I knew you could.
Thanks. Oh, there's cards. Oh. What? Different style of fighting. What does that mean? Oh, okay. Did I die? Oh, okay, cool.
What's up, chat? What's up, Destiny? Love you, buddy.
Gotta capture the intruding AC.
Bro.
Capture the intruding AC.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. I've estimated the target's position inside the database. Sending results now. Watch over the surveillance entities. They get a read on me after this operation is over.
Okay.
If you pick up a capture, take cover or quickly destroy it. Camera this way.
No.
Surveillance MT.
No.
Chat. Destiny is down bad, but he can be up good. Let's give him the biggest gold win in the history of man.
Biggest what? We need money bombs, guys. Remember that. We're gonna do the biggest money bomb ever for Bernie. he's gonna win with this one. Oh, is this the guy? I'm supposed to kill this kid?
Stop that! How dare you attack me with my back?
Yikes, bro. A little kinky. Okay.
I asked you a question. Do you have any manners? You need discipline.
You skipped the boss now? Wait, I did?
Some of us were worried, but it seems
You're gonna use one of those Basho arms.
got a job for you, 621. The Balaam group sent us a request.
Attention, God 13 Raven. This request comes from our affiliate.
Hidden parts of this level? Bro, I'm never looking for all the hidden parts, okay? I'll just go back at the end.
I'll talk to them.
Oh. Fuck. Is the other coming IRL or just Discord call? Oh, it should be Discord.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Destroy the old sensor at the end of the underground tunnel. This place may be derelict, but it won't be left undefended. Keep your guard up, 621.
Okay, dude.
115, unaffiliated AC.
Watch your step. There's a faint coral response coming from the bottom.
Oh god, not a coral response.
God 13, come in, Raven. ECA ground forces are headed your way earlier than planned.
Jesus. Oh, fuck me.
Sure they stay busy. You know what to do. Over and out.
You heard him, 621. Destroy the target and get out of there.
2 repair teams remaining.
That's the target. It's protected by a basic shield. Just hit it from the inside.
Okay.
Target destroyed. Mission accomplished.
Alright.
That shouldn't have been enough to...
Oh yeah, just fuck my shit up, fam.
What's going on?
Touch the core. Your power can't take it.
215, target AC spotted. Mission responsible.
God 13, Raven. What's going on? What's that trip? What are your status?
We can answer that later. Get out now.
How am I supposed to get through that? Yes, yes! Fuck me up, fam. Yes! Yes! Kill me! Kill me! Let me fall through the level.
That's the target. It's protected by a basic shield. Just hit it from the inside. Target destroyed. Mission accomplished. Sage. That shouldn't have been enough to... 621. Pull out. Now. Don't touch the core current.
God 13, Raven. What's going on? Who's that trip? What are your status?
We can answer that.
No!
Get out now, 621.
2 repair teams remaining.
Am I even going the right way? Oh, apart. Wow, cool, nebula. Don't know what that is, but I got it. I'm definitely going the wrong way.
AP at 50%.
Yeah, well, what do you want me to do? Is that the only, is there only one part on this level?
Code 31C. What's the system verdict?
Proceed straight up. The coral's coming.
621, don't fall behind.
AP at
You made it. Somehow. This job's finished. Head back and rest, 621.
One misstep, and that coral surge would have swallowed you whole. Raven, lest you always put your life on the line.
Yeah, that's kind of what we do here. Plasma rifle, nebula. Wow, looks cool.
How's it going, Watts?
Hard to say.
Have you seen Australia and Amy's latest
Emily.
kids outfits?
Well, let's look at some more evidence because this.
What is this?
Interesting fact that if you were to look up the words human trafficking, on the date of Andrew Tate's arrest, December 29th, 2022. The only thing that showed up on the first several pages of search results was Andrew Tate's name, as if all other human trafficking cases just magically ceased to exist. Not only that, but on this exact date, JP Morgan Bank was actually found to be an association and to have financially benefited from the Jeffrey Epstein operation, a proven sex trafficking operation. They found
Probably almost everybody in some roundabout way benefited from Epstein. Epstein was literally a billionaire. The guy's net worth was insane. I'm sure he had connections to almost every large company in the world.
to provide a comprehensive coverage of other significant cases really raises questions on the selective focus of specific individuals and events. It's going to be hard to find an impartial jury when this narrative has been propagated within the mainstream media. Pretty much everybody knows the name of Andrew Tate, and a huge part of that is the use of the old clips that have resurfaced from over a decade ago, some of them.
So the recruitment process is the same as the PhD course. The PhD course is my recruitment system. I don't...
By the way, the indictment paperwork does reference these videos, so yikes, we got some self-snitching going on. Yikes.
mention webcam until after I've had sex with the girl.
And these clips are not material, they're not relevant to the case at hand, but they're certainly being used to paint Andrew in a certain light.
Because he admits to sex trafficking, yeah.
Within the court of public opinion. And this was backed up to some degree by a little social experiment that I conducted today. Have you ever heard of someone called Andrew Tate?
I haven't heard much about him, but from what I've heard, I don't agree with what he says.
Okay.
Yeah.
He'll say stuff like about women that I'm just like, I don't like how he says it.
Most of the stuff he says is to get a reaction.
I've heard some stuff that have not been great at all. Some trafficking, misogyny, there's a lot.
But again, you said that you haven't watched any of his long-form videos. This is only based off the mainstream narrative.
Nobody is watching long-form videos. Have you watched a single long-form anything from Epstein? Probably not, but you've got strong opinions about him, right? Like...
Yeah. What do you think is his most controversial take that you've heard at least, or seen through the grapevine?
Whoa, I actually can't think of one right now.
Could you give me one example?
I actually can't. I'm drawing a blank.
Think he's guilty of the charges that he's accused of?
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, with the controversial topics he was talking about.
Probably guilty.
Guilty? Okay, what makes you say that?
Just based on the stuff he said.
Well, like
misogynistic stuff.
Tate's message of empowerment through masculinity really goes against the grain of what most people consider to be acceptable discourse in.
Nobody cares about empowerment through masculinity. That's literally nobody would give a fuck.
Amy wants to get flown out by Tate so bad.
Oh, nobody would give a fuck. That was all he talked about. Jesus.
Modern times. And this is where dynamics of silencing or attempting to silence figures like Andrew Tate come into play. Like I mentioned in that clip, when people can't control you, they will try to control the perception of you. Now you guys may disagree with me, but I seem to think that the powers that be, the media, are using these clips of Andrew from over 10 years ago to really control the narrative and also sway the court of public opinion. And they're doing this by conflating unrelated events and behaviors from a decade ago with the current charges at hand in remaining. In fact, that if you were to look up the words human trafficking,
I like how no matter what happens to the Tates, it's going to be like, even if they get, because remember initially, keep track of the goalpost moving, initially they were never even going to get charged because it was all bullshit. But now that they're going to get charged, now the charges are bullshit, so they're going to win in court. If they lose in court and they get convicted, that's bullshit because now they've won in the court of public opinion, the jury's biased, right? There's like literally, there's no way. It's so crazy that you can't just call a spade a spade. Like if I was walking around saying, I like to fuck 12-year-olds, 12-year-olds are so hot. Here's a video that I've made about how much I love 12-year-olds. I think 12-year-old pussy is the best, the less developed, the better, blah, blah, blah. If 5 years later it came out that I was fucking kids and I got convicted, literally nobody would be, everybody like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, it is the least surprising thing in the world that this person's, but for Andrew Tate, who did a whole course on human trafficking, and who talked about human trafficking, and who talked about scamming the women that he human trafficked, and who bragged about human trafficking, and then he gets charged with human trafficking, he's like, what? No shot, no way. Who could have possibly guessed? Nebula. Plus rifles will focus on suppressive potential, prioritizing rapid fire over explosive fire. Impact range. Oh, and the range is even higher. Oh, sure, why not? Didn't DGG do the exact opposite of this with the Mr. Girl pedophilia rape drama? Like people were arguing for ages. Similar concepts of rape. Mr. Girl is a different thing. I still don't think that he's a pedophile. He's probably not. But Mr. Girl has a problem with trying to be ultra fucking edgy all the fucking time. That's not true. But who knows? Maybe it'll come out that he was. If he is, then you know, is that shocking? Maybe not. I'm not sure. Let's see what happens. Tonight's evidence is part of the case file. Yeah. Somebody sent me the whole unredacted indictment thing that you can request from the Romanian government, but it's in Romanian. I might go over it. I want to. My head is fucked right now. I don't even know how long I'm gonna be able to stay awake today. Hello? Oh, hi. Ouch. Bro, really? Boom, boom. Oh my god, saved by the hill. Nope, 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 nope. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Hold on. No! Come on. Come on. We're gonna see some missiles. No! How did he back up? Oh, easy. Wasn't even close. Go to the doctor? I don't believe in doctors.
Target destroyed. Concluding evaluation. Well done.
Go to Janelle for health advice? True. So weird how he could do his job for a keeper kick, but he's back to pretending his sickness causing him to be born. Why would I fake being sick? Why do you think I care enough about your... If I just wanted to play games and I don't want to do shit, I would just do that. I need to fake being sick. You're fucking retarded. Bye. Trust me, I don't need an excuse to be boring, Chief.
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program, number 16, rank C. Subject AC.
Main system activating combat mode.
Why did I do that? Oh my god, why did he get a big ass fucking shield? Easy. Doesn't matter.
Target destroyed.
Yeah.
Concluding evaluation.
Yeah. What's your favorite thing to watch while tripping balls? Porn videos of your mom. I don't know, you could just stare at a painting or something. Or go outside and look at nature.
Long-time conservative Discord user here. All the liberal racism accusations are complete BS. Just an FYI.
Thanks, buddy. Like it's making him sicker to get the ultimate caretaker spot, the ultimate orbiter dream. True.
Main system activating combat mode.
Whoops. Was this game worth FromSoft not doing the Elden Ring DLC till this came out? Is it the same teams that work on them? You ever consider rewriting your will to include non-standard, but like subs? I want to give my tier 5 subs parts of my PC. Jesus, okay, let's back up a little. Later, bitch. Just kidding. Easy. I'm too good at these, dude. It's just not even a challenge for me.
Target destroyed. Well done.
I was the 700,000 subscriber. Good job, dude. You're going into my will, alright? Cucko, no longer a red pill.
IRL streaming is what I want to do now. There's only so long, you can only do this for so long. Like, how much can you really talk about Neon Dating Coach on Hilarious? But yeah, it's like, it's just so much more fun. I can't even lie. And let's be honest, the red pill is dying. It's over. It's over because, like, there was a lot of hype around this, like, oh, the Matrix, bro, how do we make it out? And then, like, there's this excitement, there's hype around it, and I got in at the right time, got the wave at the right time. You know, I was red pill raging when the red pill was blowing up, so it was perfect. You know, screaming at a camera, wake up! Wake up! And then now, like, okay, you know? Live life now. Can't be screaming at a camera about Satan every single day. We are going to talk about the transgender streaming awards yesterday. I was watching that. I was tired, so I didn't stream. Like, shouldn't be streaming that live. I want to react to that. They did diss me, and there was, you see, who won Breakout Creator of the Year? Well, there are bits and pieces to talk about, but it's like,
who won Breakout Creator of the Year?
There's so much you can say about the red pill, right? Get a girl with a low body count, don't watch porn, go to the gym. Boom, done. It's like, you sum up most of, like, instead of repeating it, and that's when you guys kind of get off on just seeing people like owning. It's like when you're 14 and you watch Ben Shapiro owns Libs.
No.
Oh yeah.
A trans
Fuck
girl?
that college girl, stupid bitch. Yeah. Yeah. It's like not even anything improving about it. It's just WWE for fucking nerd incels. Again, it's so repetitive, bro. Red pill will never die. No, of course it will never die, dummy. But it's just the red pill is just the truth. You know? And it's just... You know what's really not red pilled? Talking about the red pill all day long, nonstop. Actually being red pill, if you talk about truth, is going and enjoying life, becoming better every single day, being around good people, having a good circle, enjoying the world. Like, that's the best thing you can do with your life. You know what's really fucking blue-pilled and gay? Is just being a nerd who talks about red pill shit all day long. It's funny how religious texts will always say that being gay is bad. The gayest thing you could do with the internet, because there's so many possibilities, is argue with other nerds online about religion constantly. That's gayer than being at a gay pride parade. Well, this book, this Trinity...
Congrats on 700K, buddy.
The Crusades... You're gay. You're gay. I'm sorry. If you are spending more time because they're like, gay people are gonna go to hell. Well, you're gonna go to hell because all you're doing is arguing for 4 hours straight with some nerds on Discord. You don't even know who that is. It's another dude. You're falling asleep on Discord, debating the same talking points all day long, and you're still poor, and you still get no bitches, and you still couldn't, even if you're waiting until marriage. You still got nothing going on with your life. So what are you doing? That's the most blue pill shit, is just always talking about the same fucking things. We get it. Porn is bad. Haram! Don't do that, it's a sin! That's... Trannies! Like, oh my god, we get it. Can I go outside now? You dissing the thing that made you famous? Like, I've been famous. I've been doing this for 10 years. I've been doing this for 10 years. And I think one of the new criticisms that I'm getting is like, Sneako is always like changing. What, I'm always trying to make different types of content? What you put on the internet, especially if you've been doing it for as long as I have, what you put on the internet is not the definition of who you are. Some things are fun to do. I like doing different types of stuff. I like talking to different people. There's the Rumble audience, you guys, the Rumble audience wants me to be like this. Bro, I was at the mall talking about moving into a content creator house with some of my friends, and then people are messaging me like,
Being Corey's gay.
move into an Islamic learning house. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Nah, bro. Like, I'll go pray Jamal, I'll read my Quran, I'll talk to scholars. Nigga, I am not moving into an Islamic...
Destiny, I see that you're leaning into hating
people want me to
conservatives.
move into
Is this
a
you getting
mosque.
into presidential election
You want me
form?
to sleep in the mosque
What triggered
now.
this change?
What?
G7.
And it's like, he's grifting. I'm not grifting. I just want to have a fucking home. I don't want to live in a mosque. Get off of my dick.
Jesus. Wait, so where is he at now? I don't even, he's gone through like 3 different arcs in like 2 weeks.
You betrayed us. Get a life, bro. Get a life. I'm done. I don't want to be in this. I thought we were on the same page. And that's what I realized on my core audience, like the people that come in here all the time. If you look at the comments with the video, I did a video with Neon and Jason Love, right? We just got dinner, making jokes, stuff like that. I was asking if he repents. I was asking about if he thinks porn is bad for society. I'm talking about, you know, his religion, stuff like that. I'm talking about everything that you guys always obsess over about to just, you know, make my community happy, right? The comments on Neon's VOD on his YouTube channel compared to my comments on my Rumble channel, the difference is just insane. My Rumble comments, all that's like, Sneako's hanging out with these, Sneako betrayed us. Why is he eating dinner with these people? You should be yelling at whores with Myron right now. Talk to and then Neon's comments. Love you so much, Neon.
Yeah, no shit. You built the last like 6 months of your content being the most judgmental, shallow fucking retard in the world. No fucking shit. You have that Quran that you never fucking read next to you that you flash around every 2 seconds, and you're bamboozled that you built an audience full of like moral indignation and moral condemnation. That's the most obvious fucking thing ever.
Keep going. Yeah, this was so funny. Great video. You're evolving every day. If I just let like the Rumble audience, you people dictate everything that I do, it would just, bro, I would go insane. I would go insane. All NPCs on Kick. Bro, like...
Good tweet.
I understand that you might know the truth. Rumble people, you might know the truth about the world, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't mean you're better than other people. Because you believe in God and you think that OnlyFans girls are demons, right? That doesn't make you better than other people who are enjoying life. What this bitch Brittany running off of? She off pills or something. Yo.
This is what I mean when I said before that like he just wants to collect the clout from being Muslim without actually like being Muslim. He's basically just doing exactly what I said, right? What the fuck am I supposed to do with a beacon? Is it supposed to help me figure out where these dumbass devices are? Cool. Well, it's nice they've got these convenient little beacons all set up to guide me right to the things I need to blow up, I guess. Thank you, guys. Excuse me. Jesus. Fuck are the rest of them? Any news on the cat situation? Yeah, my sister just finished everything yesterday. I should have sent it out today, or last night. I didn't even do emails last night. I'll probably, Bro, I'm gonna die. Oh my god. I haven't done anything last night. I slept for like 10 hours last night. I didn't even get real sleep. Hopefully tomorrow we start getting better. How long do emails take daily? Probably 30 minutes. It just depends on what I need to respond to. Like if I need to book a bunch of stuff like travel or do shit, it's obviously gonna be a little bit longer. It just depends. TSA pre-check or global entry? I don't know. I don't have either right now. I have clear. I should get both. Oh, we know. Was she about to flirt with me, or? Oh, it's Walter. Hi. It's alright, dude. My core is armored. Is it like advised to use these defenses? Do I need them? I got a shotgun today. Any tips and tricks? I don't know, buy a cool one. Wow. Is this the same as the first boss we fought? I'm showing him. Don't worry. What? I don't even know what just hit me. Later, bitch. God, my core is so armored. Oh, epic. No problem, dude. Sinus infection can literally last over a year without antibiotics? No, I don't believe you. Why did I get no bonus? Oh, maybe. Hold on one second.
Are you going to play Counter-Strike 2 when it releases? I remember watching you play CS back in the day.
Hello, in your mechanic. I'm gonna install your ordered weapon now, eh? Walls, 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 walls.
Alright everyone, in the wake of yesterday's utterly insane filings by Judge Chutkin, of course in the documents case against Donald Trump, coinciding the beginning of the trial with Super Tuesday, literally the day before, which means that Trump can't take that one last important day to, I don't know, campaign in Florida or something like that, which is probably the reason why. I would like to point something out. At this point, it really is Donald Trump 2024 or nothing. We're not going to get another chance at this, I don't think, in our lifetimes. We have the opportunity, as a collective nation, to throw our fist into the face of the Uniparty and say, you know, to hell with you. We see through your persecution. We acknowledge the fact that the judicial system is being weaponized, that the system in general is not working. We agree fundamentally with the liberals who have been complaining about the fact that it doesn't work for decades, the justice system especially. I was talking with some simps for the jackbootery going on last night, and I pointed out, liberals are the ones who, for decades, have talked about civil asset forfeiture and police brutality and judicial scrutiny not being totally wonky, cops planning crack on people, judges being corrupt, etc., etc. I've been told for my entire life, mainly by liberals, and I agree with them, that the justice system is clearly wrong. We have over-policing, we have too many laws. Of course, in some cases, liberals don't care about that. They think that the panacea, the solution is to send social workers to domestic violence calls. I don't necessarily agree with that. And so I've never been a thin blue liner, for example. I believe that there are things that should be severely punished, in fact, more severely than currently, actual crimes with an actual victim of a violent nature. And then, generally speaking, I think that a lot of our laws shouldn't be on the books. Those that need to be, because there's either a victim but it's non-violent, or it's something violent but it's like meaningless, like some slap somebody, should be treated in a lesser manner. And we can clear out the prisons. The drug war needs to end, et cetera, et cetera. On the issue of policing, I think I lean towards the liberals more than the conservatives, actually, for many types of crime. And these people have been glad to say for, again, decades and decades, that the justice system is really the injustice system. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Lawyers, by the way, if you've ever spoken to them in an amiable context, and I have, because, you know, I've got legal eagles that follow the channel, will acknowledge the same thing. In fact, I can't think of a time when someone who studied law said that the law really made sense at all. There's a reason why 100 years ago you had a lawyer. Now you have an elder law lawyer, a medical lawyer, a corporate lawyer, a public defender, a dedicated prosecutor, and so on forth. The law has become overburdensome. That system, with all of its spaghetti-like convolutions, it's really like the flying spaghetti monster at this point with noodly appendages, only less cute, really has been weaponized against one individual, and that individual is being used as a symbol. This is not, again, I will iterate, singularly about Donald Trump. This is about Donald Trump and the worries of the deep state, the uniparty, the sleazy globalist shitbags that run the system. They're worried that if he wins again, that if he goes Grover Cleveland mode and is reelected, their whole shit falls apart. It's not because Donald Trump will come in like God Emperor, roaring like a lion and tear apart all the toys. While I would love that, I caution people, much as I did in 2016, if he gets in there, he will govern as a basic reformer. It's a soft reset back to the early 80s more than anything else, and nothing more. Donald Trump definitely has the charisma. He makes really funny posts online. He's very amusing, very entertaining, because he's been an entertainer much of his adult life, and that's great. We could use a little bit more entertainment. The only entertainment we get from Creepy Joe is when he falls up the stairs, and we're hoping he doesn't fall down the stairs, because then you have President Kamala. By the way, the one thing I agree with Nikki Haley on is that the danger of re-electing Biden isn't even Biden so much as the person who's the vice president. Can you imagine how wonderful a time that would be? Oh yeah, that'd be great for the U.S. economy, and doubly great for U.S. diplomacy. In that matchup, I think that Donald Trump could probably win from a prison cell, by the way. Right now, we have filings being released from the Chutkan case there. It's worse than simply scheduling the trial date very, very obviously, transparently in a corrupt manner for the day before Super Tuesday. That's bad enough. That warranted me getting off my ass, going to the cuck shed to make an extra video on my shitty phone just for that particular eventuality. Now we've got all of the case filings. People are looking through them and posting online. What the fuck do you see? Just wall-to-wall stupidity from the judge in this case. This is a politically motivated witch hunt. At this point, it barely even matters whether Trump is guilty or not of any of these charges. The procedural side of it is clearly corrupt to the point where the lawyers must be goddamn exasperated. You're telling me that his legal team is supposed to go through multiple tens of thousands of pages of discovery documents every single day, which is what they would have to do in order to meet that March 4th deadline, number one. And number two, while they're doing that, they also have to concoct a defense with regards to all of that discovered documentation. It's impossible for his legal team to do so. It is not, he doesn't have the manpower. If he were to triple his legal team, it would still be impossible. He's going to end up having a bunch dogpile. They're doing
the 7 figures that he's dealing with.
Or any of the money that Donald allegedly owed to Rudy from past performance, which, again, it's not the job that Rudy did for Donald. I don't know if I would pay either, but at the end of the day, when your life is basically hanging on the line, once again, you just don't really want to throw another lawyer under the bus.
Look, it's not lost on me that Michael Cohen, who clearly is very salty about Donald Trump this entire situation, spent time behind bars for being a lapdog for Donald Trump and essentially implicating himself in criminality in regard to the hush money payments, which Trump is now also indicted for in New York by Alvin Bragg. But it also seems that Trump is starting to get the message because the New York Times national correspondent Shane Goldmacher reported the following. He posted this on X. New, Trump will headline a $100,000 per person fundraiser for Rudy Giuliani's legal defense on September 7th. My colleagues, Maggie Haberman and Ben Protest, previously reported Trump had agreed to help attend Giuliani legal money fundraisers. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. Apparently, this is going to take place at the Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey. And the idea that anyone would be willing to spend $100,000 just to sit for a roundtable discussion with Trump and Giuliani and share a meal with them at a fancy steakhouse blows my mind. But there are people out there who might do it. I'm curious to see how much money Giuliani is going to be able to raise from this effort. But when you look at the millions upon millions, tens of millions of dollars, that hundreds of millions of dollars actually that Trump has been able to fundraise for himself, I can understand why he doesn't want to share that money with all of the co-conspirators who now have to defend themselves in court, because he's got his own legal fees and he's also running a presidential campaign. He doesn't want to expend all these resources to help his friends or people that he likes to use for his own purposes. But these people very likely do have dirt on Trump. And if he doesn't want them to fold, he's got to do right by them. But he doesn't do right by them. He doesn't do right by the many people that he persuaded and incited into rioting on the nation's capital on January 6th, 2021, of course. And I'm wondering what it's going to take for people who like him, for people who believe in him, for people who support him, to actually see this man for who he is, to see this man for the lack of character that he demonstrates on a regular basis. Donald Trump demands loyalty from others, but he never practices loyalty toward anyone else. He doesn't feel the need to be loyal to anyone. He doesn't feel the need to stick his neck out and try to defend or root for anyone. Donald Trump looks out for Donald Trump. And if he's willing to do that to the people who are closest to him, to the people who have essentially served as loyalists to him for so long, what do you think he actually feels about the American people, the individuals who support him and vote him into office? Just something to think about, something to consider, right? Because I think that loyalty for some, including myself, by the way, is an important thing. I would do anything to protect my friends, my family, the people I love. Anyone who sticks their neck out for me, I've got their back. I think that that shows character. And I know that among conservatives, loyalty, especially for the ones you love, especially for the ones who look out for you, is incredibly important. Just take a good hard look at who Trump is, how he treats those closest to him, including his own wife, by the way, and ask yourselves, is this the guy who has the character necessary to lead the country? I know some think he does. I just completely disagree. But let's take a look at the mugshots of people who believed in him and are now stuck with massive legal bills as they defend themselves in court in Georgia. Let's take a look at these mugshots. Let's just put them up. There you have Sidney Powell. Gotta say, I really do enjoy watching Sidney Powell, essentially get arrested, have her mugshot taken. I mean, she spread some of the most vicious, ridiculous lies. But there's more. We've got Jenna Ellis, who, I don't know if she thought that this was a headshot situation rather than a mugshot situation, but she's smiling. Obviously not smiling when it comes to Trump's unwillingness to help with her legal expenses. And then John Eastman actually was the first to have his mugshot taken and released to the public. Now, Donald Trump is set to report to the Fulton County Courthouse tomorrow. And based on how Fani Willis has treated this situation and her unwillingness to provide any preferential treatment to these individuals, I think it's safe to say that we are going to see a Trump mugshot tomorrow. No promises, I don't know for sure, but she's not playing around. And honestly, I got to respect that, because I do have a problem with how our criminal justice system treats the elites versus everyone else. I don't care if you are a member of Congress. I don't care if you're the president of the United States. Everyone should be treated equally based on the laws that we have. And if that district attorney in that courthouse is known for doing what they've been doing with these co-conspirators, having them, arrested, going through the bond agreements, taking the mugshots, making the mugshots public, they should treat everyone equally. There shouldn't be any preferential treatment. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. We'll see if they actually do release a mugshot of Donald Trump. But he is set to report to court. This is a very expensive legal defense that he's going to have to deal with. And this is just one of the trials that he's going to have to deal with.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
Culture is software. We know it's continually failing us. We should not have a significant number of Americans alleging the election was stolen.
There was a pretty gnarly 1-2 punch between COVID and Trump that I really think caused a sense-making apparatus to fall apart in some way.
Yeah.
My question is, can we stop the rise of evil, or is that already a fallacy? And if we can, then how?
Well, I mean, I think your first point is that we didn't have anything like a consensus around what was going on. I mean, people were siloed into various echo chambers and just not converging on an assessment of just what the facts are about anything. I don't consider myself the best judge of how this happened because there were people who were sufficiently far from me on the information landscape so that I just ceased to understand how they could be thinking and doing what they were thinking and doing. I mean, I'm not seeing their social media feed. I'm seeing some fragments of what they're finding persuasive, but it's just amazing to me that there are, I don't know what it is, 30, 40% of American society still thinks that Trump was not only fine, just better than fine, just impeccable on some level, ethically, and that January 6th was a non-event and that there's really nothing at stake there. It's all just been, insanely, it was a combination of nothing happened, but everything that did happen was, Antifa or, trumped up by the CIA, or it was not violent, but the violence was from some other source. This is not a coherent view, but you literally have something like 100 million people who think that it was just no factor. I mean, there was just nothing. The only thing bad that happened is that the election got stolen from the rightful president, which was Trump. I don't know how you are paying attention to anything like a valid source of information and still believe that, right? And there are people who believe that or pretend to believe it enough that I do think there are people who are just being fundamentally dishonest with their audiences. So you have, and it's amazing how it can come down to a couple of dozen personalities that really are close to the lever that moves public opinion here. So you have someone like Tucker Carlson, who we know on the basis of the Dominion lawsuit behind closed doors was talking about Trump as a demonic force. He couldn't wait for him to disappear from the public conversation. He hated him with passion. And those are basically verbatim quotes of his text messages behind the scenes at Fox that got entered into evidence in the Dominion case. And yet his public-facing message is all Trump supporting conspiracy theorizing all the time for years. He was the most watched person on Fox, and pretty soon he'll be the most watched person wherever he finally hangs his hat. But his Twitter videos get apparently tens of millions of views, and so he's got this enormous audience that seemingly doesn't care about his hypocrisy, right? Which is amazing to me. I don't know how you maintain an audience with this kind of loss of face. The mainstream media was not shy in advertising the discrepancy between what he was saying behind closed doors and what he was saying on his show, right? So either you have 100 million people who just simply never watch any mainstream media product or read it, and that's quite possible. But the basic problem before we think about antithetical ethical commitments or political commitments or people who disagree about evil, really, at bottom, we just can't even converge on a discussion of facts. I mean, people just can't agree about what is happening, or much less why or what should happen.
The thing that we have to start with, one, to set the table is that what people are doing? That they really do all have their own good intentions. They all think that they have spotted the evil, but they're just spotting it from different sides. If that's true, then people's behavior at least makes sense. I understand how it's self-motivated. Now, it's never going to be that pure. I'm sure there are also some people that are just grabbing for power. But if the public response is, okay, I see from where I'm sitting from my side that the other side is evil and I need to really react accordingly, then it starts to make sense. Now, if that's what's going on, then it becomes, okay, well, now we need the sense-making apparatus by which we figure out what is evil, what is the right response. And the first step in that is going to be, I think, to identify what's true. That we need some anchor in the storm that we're going to say, okay, this is the foundation and we're going to build up from here. There has to be a mechanism by which we start to figure all this out. And so I'll lay out my rough thesis as a way just to sort of guide the conversation. So I think that there's something about the modern world, largely as it's married to technology, that creates this inability to get people to share a narrative, which allows us then to approach any issue from the same perspective of what we're trying to achieve. So you've got velocity of information. So information is just coming out of so fast and furious. I've heard you talk about Alex Jones in that context. Of like, hey, this guy just talks as fast as he can, throwing out so many points at you. Each one just makes you look uneducated if you're like, I didn't know what that was. And you're like, you find out it doesn't even exist. And so that is social media. Just the rate at which information can come at you is so fast. The business model of social media is that whatever grabs attention is going to be monetized. And then people very quickly realize the more salacious, the more sort of grand and aggressive, the more likely it is to get attention. So now it's coming at you hyper negative and hyper fast. When you combine that with this sense of everything has to roll up into a headline. So all of these ideas are incredibly nuanced. The problem is, to get them to propagate on social media, they have to be a headline. It has to be something that's memorable. It has to be something that's easily digestible, and it has to be something that's repeatable. And when you repeat it, that the other person's like, oh, that's sick, you got it just right. And now they want to go tell somebody else. And so for anybody that's being bombarded with all this information as a way to wrap their heads around it, they just pick a team. And then the team just tells them, these are all your positions. So now all you have to memorize are the headlines for your group. And I actually am deeply empathetic to that, because holding on to the nuance of a complicated situation is already very difficult. When you are able to roll that up into a headline, it becomes something that you can hold on to far more easily, but then the truth of the on-the-ground interaction points all get lost. And so as I was watching all of this unfold, then it became those 12 people that you're talking about, and certainly I will put you as one of them, it began to be unclear, like, okay, wait, what is the foundation that you're building on that you level up from this? And so what I want to get through in the beginning here is, what is that foundation? So in a world where the sense-making apparatus is dealing with velocity of information, misinformation, power grabs, corruption, but you can actually hide a lot of that through velocity of headline. rolling up a complex topic into an oversimplification. Where do we get the bedrock? Now, I am aware of the, not debate, maybe it was a debate, that you and Jordan did about what is truth, and I know that you can devolve into madness, but like, if you were to give a simple explanation of how you ground yourself when you think through these things, what does that look like?
First of all, not being tribal, right? So not caring really about, I care about sources of information as a proxy for just not having to figure out everything from bedrock every time, right? So,
meaning expert?
Yeah, so I think you can default to expertise most of the time, all the while knowing that expertise can fail. It's just a sanity-sparing and certainly time-sparing practice to say, okay, most of what is printed in the New York Times has to be, to a first approximation, mostly true. Otherwise, the New York Times is no longer the New York Times. Now, I think there have been moments where, and certainly on specific topics, where it's been valid to worry that the New York Times is no longer the New York Times. Right? I think it's sort of systematically getting certain topics wrong or shading the truth for, as an expression of obvious political bias. So there are moments where all of our institutions have, if not, frankly failed us, showed a capacity to fail us, at times. And what that did to much of the country is just torpedo any trust in institutions, right? So the trust in the mainstream media is at its all-time low, I would imagine. Certainly last time I looked at a poll on the topic, that seemed to be the case. But so it is with government messaging on virtually any topic, in particular public health, our scientific institutions, our universities. And all of this is understandable in that in the last 6 years, post-Trump and post-COVID, we had this almost perfect storm politically where there really did seem to be a capture of the mainstream institutions by a very intolerant and really at bottom illiberal political ideology. I mean, it's supposedly liberal, it's far left, but it's, in terms of its style of thought, it was, we were edging toward, Chinese show trials. I mean, it was just, the kinds of, and the truth is you didn't need that many specific cases to feel like, okay, you've seen enough. There's no reason to listen to these people ever again, right? I mean, if you're somebody who's just poised to throw the baby out with the bathwater, you just need to hear, one case of someone being defenestrated at the New York Times for not surviving one specific blasphemy test, and that's then there's just then the New York Times is no better than the Epoch Times or Breitbart or anything else that is in the business of putting things in font and shipping them, and it's all journalism, right? So for me, it was you had to recognize that though our institutions are challenged, there is still such a thing as expertise. There is still such a thing as institutional knowledge. There's a need for institutions that we can trust. Certainly when you're in the middle of a pandemic, we need a CDC and an FDA that we can actually trust, right? So the fact that we felt that we couldn't quite trust them is an enormous problem, and it's the thing we need to shore up is the trustworthiness of indispensable institutions. It's not that we need to tear everything down to the studs such that there are no institutions, no one thinks in terms of institutions, it's all just podcasts and Substack newsletters as far as the eye can see, and we're just going to all do our own research, right? I think it's not to say that doing your own research is never valid and it's never even important. I mean, there's certainly cases where one person can pull at a thread long enough that something really important unravels and we're all wiser for it. Or that one individual, given a specific problem in their lives, let's say a medical problem, they do their own research and they discover the remedy for the thing that was ailing their family member or whatever. And, the doctors didn't do it and the CDC didn't do it and the FDA was wrong and they found the thing that helped. Okay, great. Generally speaking, when times are good, doing your own research is just frankly a waste of time, and when things really matter, is very likely a dangerous waste of time, right? It's like you don't get on an airplane and decide, I'm not so sure I trust the pilot or the guy, the guys who repair the engines. I'm going to do some of my own research here. Let me in the cockpit. I want to interrogate some of those dials and switches. It's like that's not a situation where anyone would tolerate this sort of contrarian, anti-establishment. I'm going to innovate. Just break stuff and see what happens. And the problem is, in many respects, we are at 30,000 feet together, all of us, all the time. And we're having to figure out what is real and what to do, and we do need experts that actually warrant our trust because they are in fact experts, right? So when there's just specific cases like what's really happening in Ukraine and why, and what should we do about it, right? Should we be sending them arms? Is Putin lying about the last thing he said was true on the ground? When our State Department has a press conference and tells us what's going on, we need a State Department that we trust to inform us, right? And when the New York Times has some point of view on what's happening there, we need a New York Times that is sourcing information in a way that is valid. We can't have everyone trying to get to ground truth based on their own private efforts to come up with what we should all think about Ukraine or what we should all think about mRNA vaccines or whatever it is.
But people do feel that, and I certainly felt that at the beginning of this. So as I hear you say, so remember my initial question is, what's your foundation? And the foundation felt like you wanted to be experts, but you understand how much they've eroded their credibility. So my question, because I don't disagree with you, if I was at 30,000 feet, I don't want people going in and trying to mess with the pilot. But I think that the analogy might not quite be right for what we went through. What it felt like, I'll just speak for myself, but I think I represent a lot of people. What it felt like was was, oh, I'm realizing that the pilot is lying to me.
Yeah.
Now, I'm willing to be generous and say the pilot is lying to me because they're trying to stamp out evil. And they really believe that to trick the American public into taking a vaccine, whatever, is the right answer. And that they are doing it with a big heart and that they really just want to help people get where they're going. But like when they said, masks don't work, it was just like, come on, like that doesn't make any sense. And then they flip and they're like, no, of course, actually masks do work and we were just lying to you because we needed to get them into the medical professionals' hands. So it's like just slowly they start eroding and you suddenly realize everybody has an agenda. Now that, I get it. But where it starts to be a problem for me is when, if we understand that experts have an agenda, and I'll even, I had Peter Attia on my show, who's a medical expert, amazing. And if he tells me to do something, I basically just do it. Like he's unbelievable. And he, in his new book, he talks about how you actually can be fat and healthy. And when he said that, my first impulse was, Peter, you can't tell people that. Because even if it's true, it's in such a like edge case, narrow percentage, and the vast majority of the bell curve are all people who are fat and unhealthy. And if you give them that out, they're gonna take it, they're never gonna make any changes, and they're gonna die. And they're gonna raise their kids worse, and their kids are gonna have shorter life expectancy. And I really had an emotional response of like, you can't tell people that even if it's true. But in that moment, I realized, oh, this is the very thing that drives you crazy. So I'm like, you can't. So I was like, well, if it's true, it's true. And the consequences are going to be what the consequences are going to be. So then I start going, okay, then if I can't just moor myself around, experts are going to know and they're going to be able to say, because I don't think 3 years ago Peter would have written this book. I don't think he had the insights into it. So even somebody as bright as him over time is changing. So experts don't really know what's right and what's wrong, especially not in a hot and heavy situation like that. On top of that, there are inevitably going to be things that I think should be said, somebody else thinks shouldn't be said, or vice versa. And so now you get to, okay, well, if we can all agree, we're only going to say what's true. Like even that I think is a task, but let's say that we all agree that we're only going to say what's true. Now this gets really complicated. And I will put forth that what I think is quote unquote true is based on perspective, interpretation, and reinforcement. So there's physics, which we don't even understand fully, and then there's everything else. And because a gigantic part of everyday truth, and I don't know if that will help us get to a sort of in the weeds working definition, but everyday truth seems to be predicated on that. You have to take into account the person's perspective. So how do they see the world? Blue, red, right? You have to take into account their interpretation. So looking at data, some people are going to say, no, it doesn't show that, it shows this. And you can get people that look at the data and just violently disagree on what it shows. And then you've got the reinforcement. So if they put out a tweet saying their version of the truth and they get a wall of reinforcement, then they're just one that feels good. They're going to see it more and more and more and more and more. And so just the sheer repetition of it all. Any of those pieces feel wrong?
Well, I think the thing you pointed to there in your conversation with Peter is important to focus on because people have a very hard time keeping track of everything that's said, right? And keeping things in proportion, right? And so I think your intuition that it's dangerous to be precisely true on that point because most people most of the time will draw the wrong message. That is the style of thinking, as you observed, that our public health officials were too encumbered by, right? Like they were aware that they were messaging into a very dirty information landscape, right? It's just polluted with conspiracy thinking and frank lies. And we had a president who was, by turns minimizing everything and lying about it. I mean, just telling pointless lies. Like, we have 15 cases and it's going to go away, immediately, right? And so, and there was just this basic fact that's quite inconvenient in the case of a pandemic, that it's this moving target where we're finding that we don't understand what we thought we understood yesterday, right? So the message is changing. It's not that we have a completely clear message that is still difficult to parse, and we have to be careful. We have to talk to people like children, or at least in a kind of paternalistic way, and say, okay, listen, most fat people are not healthy. It's generally not healthy to be fat. Virtually every fat person would be healthier if they were less fat, but it's still possible to be healthy if you're fat. And there are people who are skinny who are not healthy, and it gets confusing. So, but you can't really go wrong with this basic message that you want to be thin and fit, and you want to do the things, you want to be on your way to being thin and fit at minimum. You want to be active, you want to be eating well, etc. COVID, the truth was getting overturned by further revelations. I mean, the truth with respect to the disease, the epidemiology of it, how contagious it was, how dangerous it was. We were getting new variants, so literally the disease itself was changing. What we understood about vaccines was changing. Initially, in the beginning, there was every reason to believe, at least there was every reason to hope, that the vaccines would block transmission, and therefore not getting vaccinated was a decision not just with respect to your own health, but the health of the people around you. Later on, that began to unravel, and it was clear, okay, that doesn't really block transmission all that much, maybe a little bit, but not really. So therefore, it's a personal decision, and it's not, a decision that you're making for others. You're not a bad citizen, therefore, if you don't get vaccinated. We were messaging into an environment where there's so much misinformation around specifically things like vaccines, right? There's literally like an anti-vaccine cult that had been working in the background of our culture for decades, and this was their moment to really kind of seize the reins of the social media conversation, at least. So it was understandable that our public health officials and doctors generally felt like, okay, we got to keep this really simple. This has got to be idiot-proof. Get vaxxed. COVID is dangerous. Wear a mask. Don't wear a mask when you're stealing the masks from people who don't get, who are first line responders who need the PPE. But once we had enough, wear a mask. And the problem was, when that began to unravel, there were so many clear moments of dishonesty that where anyone who's going to have their trust broken with mainstream institutions, just they broke up right there, and they seemingly broke up permanently. Right? It was just, okay, you're going to tell me that I have to get vaccinated because it stops transmission, and now I'm hearing that it no longer stops transmission. Okay, I'm done. Right? And then they had the other problem is that now we have an information landscape where basically everything survives. There is not the normal Darwinian contest between sources of information where if something gets sufficiently discredited, you never hear from it again. You can the internet is big enough and friction-free enough such that you can be a complete lunatic who everyone knows is a complete lunatic, and yet you create an ecosystem that enough people love, and you can figure out how to monetize it. You can have an audience of 1 million people forever, it seems, right? And you're literally you could be saying that the craziest case is something like QAnon, where it's like the actual claim that people are bonding over is that the world is being run by child-raping cannibals, and among those cannibals are people like Michelle Obama and Tom Hanks, and it's just
I always knew it.
So it's like, okay, we're really saying that these people are cannibals and pedophiles, and we're gonna spend a lot of time having this conversation amongst ourselves. We don't care if the rest of the world thinks we're crazy, because in this space, this is just our playground. This is our information playground. There's nothing we're not bumping into any hard objects here, because we have as much information real estate as we want to carve out for ourselves. I mean, that didn't used to be. It used to be that if you wanted to publish books or publish print newspapers or magazines, you needed enough contact with the normal kind of reinforcement of just mainstream consensus that you would survive financially. It's like there's something about the internet that has just made the cost of spreading information go to zero. And when you're dealing in bits and no longer dealing in atoms, it's everything survives and persists in some basic sense. So
yeah, I think it's important to really understand what that mechanism is. So it's what I'll call velocity of information. If you have a better name for it, I'm all for it. But there's something about packaging an idea up in an environment where there's so much information, all you can digest is the headline. When something is hyper transmittable, that it just has, whether it's clever, it rhymes, it whatever, that has just that little bit of extra juice on it. It's something that's funny, memeified, that it's really going to burn through culture.
Yeah.
Now, for me, where this all begins to become deeply problematic is that it isn't so much that just the internet is forever. It's that Socrates hated democracy because he didn't think people were smart enough to parse through the information. And he thought, you shouldn't be able to vote on this thing if you're not educated on this thing. The reality is most people aren't going to be educated, and therefore democracy is really not going to survive. So I take a totally different approach to this, which is I think that if you create an environment where everybody gets to vote in a world that has the velocity of information that we have, information is free to send, it's easy to package it up, roll up into headlines, there's no doubt that a lot of misinformation is going to get out there, and people just don't even know where to check, where to turn to know like who's who, what's what. That will have very negative consequences. But the only flip side of that I see is top-down authoritarian control, where it's like, I decide, whoever I is, the government, Twitter, YouTube, whoever, they decide what's real information and what's not. Because what people are trying to get back to is what you were talking about before, where information velocity was slow. That you had to go to a print piece of newspaper, they even put extra checks where it was like, it had to be vetted by 3 sources or whatever. And I'm not saying yellow journalism didn't exist, of course it did. But there were self-imposed constraints. There was a business model that let even those self-imposed constraints really be financially viable. It was just harder to do, harder to get out there. And so by reducing it, there were only so many narratives that you were going to be able to get out. So even if New York, back in the 20s or whatever, had 50 newspapers just in New York City, that's still only New York City. You're not dealing with a global readership. Right. So you have just this natural constraint. Now, once nature isn't giving you the constraint anymore, the second you want that constraint from the top down, you now step into what I call the trifecta of evil. And the trifecta of evil is 3 books that I read. They technically have nothing to do with each other, but just completely explain how all of this goes awry and has made me absolutely terrified of top-down authoritarian control, far more than I am afraid of the absolute chaos of 1,000 Alex Jones. So the 3 books are The Gulag Archipelago by Alexander Solzhenitsyn, Mao, The Unknown Story, and then The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. And those 3 books tell you just how wrong things go when people are told, shut up, your opinion doesn't matter, and this person knows better, and you're just going to get in line.
And the great thing about the Mao book is that I hadn't realized how evil Mao was. I thought he was like a junior level of evil compared to Stalin and Hitler. It's just like, but you read that book and it's just, the details are just so sadistic and ghastly.
I literally had no idea when I started reading that book. The 4th, if I were going to do an honorable mention to give Stalin some more love, would be Red Famine. That book is shocking. Have you read it?
No, but I've read a lot about Stalin.
Yeah, I don't know if I can recommend it. There's this one part where a woman telling a tale, a woman comes up and looks through another woman's, this is in the Ukraine, starving, 1921 or whatever, and she looks through the window and catches her neighbor eating her 7-year-old daughter. Right. And I'm just like, I can't imagine. So that scares me a lot more than We're all having a hard time figuring out what is true. Now, I have a pitch where I think we figure out what is true. That is certainly going to be flawed. But the first thing I want to either agree, debate, whatever, is do you agree that this is sort of the sequencing of events, that we have this wall of information coming into fast, it's all rolled up into headlines, there's no nuance. Most people probably aren't smart enough to deal with the nuance anyway. And now temptation one is to just go, oh, dear elites, pre-masticate all of this for us and tell us what to do. We tried that. They have agendas. Even if they're really being sincere and trying to be good, they have agendas, and that just feels absolutely shitty. It feels like you're being manipulated. It breaks all your trust. Can't do that. The other one is, just absolute top down, do the fuck you told, shut up, and this is it. Both of those strike me as horrendous, and that leaves the third option, which is free speech, which has become contentious somehow. So as a child of the 80s, to me, that's like the greatest thing ever. I'm all for free speech. I love what Elon is doing on Twitter. I think it's amazing. But at the same time, I know that's not widely shared. I'm not even sure that
I can push back on that. Well, so a couple of distinctions. One is that it's not just that everything gets boiled down to headlines. And that is a problem. Sometimes the headline doesn't even faithfully represent what's actually in the article. And many people only read the headlines and never even read the article. Right? So there's that problem. That problem's been with it for a while. There's the algorithmic boosting of outrage and misinformation preferentially, which is the problem, and on social media. And the distinction, so I would make one distinction, which is, and many people have made this, like freedom of speech and freedom of reach are different things. Right? So you should be free to post whatever you want to post, but it is a choice on the side of the social media company to preferentially boost or dampen whatever they want to boost or dampen, right? To change the character of the conversation. And they have to make decisions there. To make no decision is itself a decision, right? So if you can make it completely flat, people will have one experience. If you're going to tweak it algorithmically, people have a different experience. And that is a business choice that they are incentivized to make, largely because they have a terrible business model. The gaming of attention is a bad business model. Right? So the fact that it's an ad-based attention economy has a lot to do with the original sin of social media, I think, is business. And if these were all subscription businesses, I think we could have a different but still, there would be a moderation burden, and it's something that it seems like they're never going to get right, even except for in the presence of something like omniscient AI that we could trust. I don't see how your effort to moderate what hundreds of millions of people say or in some cases billions of people. That's always going to produce casualties. It's always going to produce somebody who was just a completely valid academic who just took an edge case position and got flagged as a Nazi or whatever. And there has to be some process of appeal, etc. The other distinction I would make is that there's a big difference between governments silencing speech and actually punishing people for errant speech, and companies, private companies, or even publicly held companies, deciding that they want to be associated with or not associated with certain kinds of speech. Right? So when I look at this through a free speech lens, from a U.S.-centric, First Amendment lens, we should acknowledge that most of the world doesn't have the protection of the First Amendment, and they're worse off for it. Feel stifled by the reality that you don't have a First Amendment to default back to, and that's I've been slow to appreciate just how different that is politically and ethically for people. So speaking from the U.S. context, I think we have it right that the government should not make any kind of speech illegal, with a few exceptions like inciting violence. So I think you should be free to be a Nazi and say your Nazi things, and you should be free to reap the reputational costs of that. Right? People now know you're a Nazi; they don't want to do business with you. They vilify you on their forums. But the question is, should a platform like Twitter or any other platform be legally required to associate with Nazis? Right? Can they have in their terms of service a no Nazis policy? And I think they should. I think my free speech concern now is aimed at the owners and employees of those platforms. Right? So I'm thinking about the person who starts a social media company. The truth is, we're going to do this. This is an experiment because as you might imagine, my faith that you can actually produce a social media platform that works is pretty low. But for Waking Up, my meditation app, we're going to launch basically a forum of some kind, and that will very quickly have tens of thousands and even some hundreds of thousands of people in it, presumably. Should I be able to have a no Nazis policy? Right now, I'm not expecting any Nazis. I mean, first of all, this is a subscription business, so there's already a gatekeeping function that is helpful there, I think, ensuring a kind of good faith and quality. But there, anyone who needs free access to Waking Up also gets it. So there's a lot of free users of it. So it's not a perfect paywall. I think when I start a platform like that, first of all, I should be able to just zero it out overnight. Like if it's not working, if I don't like the way this is working, I should be able to just send everyone an email saying, sorry, you guys broke this place. I don't like the conversation. This is over, right? That's actually something I told Jack Dorsey when he was still running Twitter that he should just delete it and he'd win the Nobel Peace Prize and he would deserve it. So I think you should be free to delete your social media account if you in fact own it. And you should be free to decide, okay, these are the standards of conduct in this space. Like this is true if you open a restaurant or if you open a movie theater, if you open any public space. doesn't change if it's merely digital. You should be able to set the terms of service. And if it's a no-Nazi space, well, then Nazis are not welcome here, right? So if you demonstrate that you're a Nazi, we kick you out of our platform.
Now, I'll grant you that any company should be able to do what they want to do. If Hooters wants to hire only attractive women, by all means, let them hire only attractive women. If someone wants to do a female-only company, I don't have a beef with it. I don't even have a beef if Harvard only wants to, if Harvard wants to make it near impossible for an Asian student to get in. As long as they are clear and transparent and don't take government money, I'm all for it. But I don't care. But the transparency matters to me. But my real question is, like, as we think about actually solving the problem, and so I'm asking this large